never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed the Laken-Riley Act into law.
Speaking from the White House on Wednesday, the president talked about the Georgia nursing student who was murdered just over a year ago by an illegal immigrant, calling her unbelievable.
Laken Hope Riley, the vicious criminal who murdered Precious Laken, was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua.
Riley's mother, Allison Phillips, attended the signing ceremony and said she's grateful to the president.
We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken.
The law allows for the detention of illegal immigrants who are accused of theft and violent crimes. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The White House is reversing an order freezing federal grants.
President Trump ordered a pause on federal aid earlier this week, which led to confusion and a judge putting a temporary stay in place. The memo caused chaos at government agencies when it appeared to jeopardize programs funding schools, housing, and health care. That memo has now been rescinded. I'm Brian Shook.
While ICE agents continue around the country, 10 Venezuelan gang members, all illegal, are indicted in New York for gun trafficking.
The more guns we get off the street, the more we're saving lives beforehand and not just prosecuting for them afterwards.
Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz at a news conference Wednesday saying that 8 Tren de Aragua members are in custody, with 2 still on the loose. 34 guns plus pink cocaine seized.
They entered the country illegally from the southern border. All 10 of these subjects are Venezuelan.
Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny. Here's Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
The mayor has been very clear that we are going to go after criminals regardless of their immigration status.
The scope of their gun trafficking allegedly extended from New York to Texas and Colorado. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The White House says it's evaluating the effect of the new Chinese AI app on national security.
U.S. tech stocks took a tumble this week after the new Chinese app DeepSeek came out as a lower-cost AI model. On Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called it a wake-up call to the American AI industry and said the National Security Council is reviewing the app's implications. The U.S. Navy has already warned its service members to avoid using DeepSeek in any capacity due to potential security and ethical concerns. I'm Michael Kastner.
A new prototype passenger jet, the Boom Supersonic XB-1, has broken the sound barrier during a supersonic test flight.
Jack Lowe, the longest-serving pilot of the supersonic Concorde aircraft, said there are a lot of hurdles before passengers can expect a ride.
There are all sorts of technical problems to overcome, such as the noise on takeoff and landing and the sonic boom over land. There are few markets for a supersonic airplane, and the cost of developing a supersonic business jet would just be prohibitive.
The XB-1 aircraft accelerated to over Mach 1 speed on Tuesday, while flying 35,000 feet over California's Mojave Desert. It was the first civilian aircraft to reach speeds of over 850 miles per hour since the Concorde airliner did it over 20 years ago. The CEO of Boom Supersonic praised his team for accomplishing the feat and said he hopes to bring the benefits of supersonic flight to everyone. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3.12. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate,
call it a day. Closing out a Wednesday. So we turn rolling toward the weekend as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And we will do the same from time zone to time zone across the country. Rolling into a Thursday, 30th day of January. I mean, just one more day in the month of January. Wow. Welcome aboard. I'm Steve Sommers. This, of course, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another chilly night outside the secret bunker, but we've got the clear sky, stars, and planets shining bright. All right, we'll get to our traveler's weather coming up here, but what undoubtedly, for those who haven't been paying attention to the news over the last several hours, what is a breaking story out of our nation's capital? A massive search and rescue operation is underway as we speak. Here's what we've learned. A little after 9 o'clock, right about 9 o'clock Eastern time this past evening, an American Airlines jet on approach to Reagan National Airport, colliding midair with a Black Hawk helicopter. Caught on camera was the massive fireball. Let me share with you the latest from Wichita, Kansas first, because we know the flight had originated there in Wichita. Kansas lawmakers report the plane from Wichita colliding with the helicopter right there near Reagan National, coming down in the Potomac River. The Federal Aviation Administration said that preliminary investigators believe a PSA Airlines Bombardier CRJ 700, that's a regional jet, I believe 65 seats on this type plane, colliding midair with a Sikorsky H-60 helicopter on approach to runway 33 at Reagan Washington National Airport, operating as flight number 5342, American Airlines. The statement from American Airlines is, my team and I are actively monitoring updates related to the collision of the Wichita flight and a D.C. helicopter. Let me see. This came from Congressman Tracy Mann. He says, the wife and I are praying for the safety of the passengers, flight crew, and everyone involved. Please join us in praying. The website FlightAware listing the last flight from Wichita to Reagan as, again, American Airlines 5342. Currently, no information, regarding casualties. We know there are casualties, probably a lot more than we'd like. As I've kind of monitored reports coming in, I heard several hours ago that initially first responders had pulled 4 individuals from the water alive, and they were sent to hospitals. Haven't really had anything further. We know that divers are in the water. The water is only about 7 feet deep, according to the reports. We know the plane, according to reports, literally split in half on impact. The helicopter, according to authorities, is also in the water, upside down, unstable. As of about an hour ago, divers had not yet been able to get into the chopper. What else do we have from Reagan? The Kansas governor said, I'm aware that the plane inbound from Wichita was involved at Reagan. Actively in contact with authorities. My thoughts go out to those involved. We'll share more as it becomes available. The sister station, DC News Now, reporting that, yes, there's a massive response. Fireboats are on the scene, helicopters, first responders from, looks like every rescue vehicle in and around the D.C. area is on the scene now. Let's see. All takeoffs in land. Reagan is shut down, literally. All landings and takeoffs halted at the airport there. Word just came down a few minutes ago that it'll be shut down until at least 5 o'clock a.m. The FAA confirming the flight was from Wichita. The National Transportation Safety Board and local authorities to learn more about the crash. American Airlines has posted phone numbers for family members if you had someone on the plane, numbers to call to try and get more information. The flight was due to land right at 9 o'clock in the evening. This impact took place literally somewhere between 150 and 200 feet in the air. That, as I've been listening to the chatter, was the flight level. The helicopter was on what they call visual. The airline coming in was obviously on automation, autopilot coming in for the landing. And where proximity-wise, that's right about the level that plane would have been headed into runway 33. So again, awaiting word on casualties. I did hear a report from NBC that 12:30 a.m., here in about 16 minutes, we're supposed to have a live update from the airport authorities. Will give us what information they can at this point in time. There were reports of potentially dozens of casualties. The White House, they say, is monitoring the situation. Senator Ted Cruz, in a post via X, that the crash included deaths, but he did not have specifics. He simply said, while we don't yet know how many we lost, we know there are fatalities. Again, American Airlines acknowledging the reports. We are aware reports of American Eagle Flight 5342, operated by PSA, service from Wichita, Kansas to Washington Reagan National, has been involved in an incident. We provide information as it becomes available. Reuters News also said the U.S. military had confirmed the helicopter itself was an Army Black Hawk. Black Hawk helicopters have the capacity for as many as 15 passengers. Confirmed reports say there were 3 individuals on the helicopter. Now, multiple helicopters from the U.S. Park Police, the D.C. Metro Police, the U.S. military, all over the scene right now in the Potomac River. Washington, D.C. police said in a social platform post that multiple agencies are conducting search and rescue efforts right now. All right, the airport said emergency personnel were responding to the incident. So this is just a little bit over 3 hours in. So a very fluid situation. Again, not sure exactly how much we'll learn. I'll see if I could possibly pull up that live press conference to bring it to you coming up at the bottom of the hour. All right, we'll give you all what we have as it comes in fluidly through the overnight hours. Traveler's weather, what do you see? What's going on out there? Kind of a rainy night from eastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, rain through northern Arkansas. That's the big cross-country storm that was 24 hours ago. We were kind of awaiting it to finally come together. And indeed it is. A large storm ultimately is going to finish its cross-country trek through the end of the week here. We will have a little bit of everything in the mix. Rain, snow, ice for parts of the Midwest and Northeast. This is expected to briefly interrupt the pattern of quick-hitting cold fronts that have unleashed some of those snow showers and snow squalls and all the winds for the Great Lakes in the Northeast this week. This storm will bring a narrow band of heavy snow to Colorado through the day Thursday here, accompanied by flooding downpours and severe thunderstorms in the deep south. As the storm organizes across the southern plains on into Thursday here, a narrow but intense band of snow is expected to take shape across eastern Colorado. There's an increasing likelihood this heavy snow band will target the Denver area or areas very close by beginning early Thursday morning. Motorists be prepared for rapidly deteriorating road conditions ahead of the morning commute. Parts of I-25 and I-70. Even if the heavy snow band bypasses Denver, significant snow and challenging travel conditions maybe not too far to the east and south. More than 6 inches possible over the Palmer Divide just south of Denver. Winter weather conditions may make a hop, skip, and a jump across the plains, where the storm will have to kind of generate sufficient cold air to bring in snow. Wet snowflakes may mix in with rain if the precip falls from northeastern Kansas through Iowa and northern Illinois Thursday night into Friday. Further east, the winter weather driving hazards will be limited to a rather narrow corridor from Michigan to Maine as the cold air kind of retreats to the north before and during the storm as the milder air will be pushing into the region. This storm will bring a large area of precip to the northeast Thursday night through Friday, falling mainly as rainfall for most. As the precip moves in during the early morning hours Friday, areas in Pennsylvania, New York, with sub-freezing temperatures will see maybe some ice accumulations via freezing rain, mainly during the pre-dawn hours. Well, even if the air temperature remains just above freezing, ground temperatures may be a few degrees lower, particularly in areas where snow has been persisting on the ground. And that's going to lead to precipitation freezing on some surfaces. Roads that remain heavily salted should face minimal issues, but bridges, overpasses, shaded areas will be the most vulnerable. Lots of mild air will be moving in with this storm. Many places that get any freezing rain will change over to plain old rain by midday and early afternoon come Friday. We may see a thin band of snow develop on the northern edge of the storm Friday and Friday night. The potential for 1 to 3 or maybe even 3 to 6 inches of accumulated snow, especially in the higher elevations, upstate New York and on up into New England. With the milder air along the I-95 corridor, means it's going to be a rain event rather than snow on Friday. Temperatures in the 40s and 50s from Washington, D.C. to Boston. Travelers may still encounter some slower travel, including on the roads and at the airports. 19 past the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, good morning to Philly Dan checking in here. Hope you and the crew have a great day. Thank you very much. Happy's on board. Saddle up. It's the midnight hour. Hidden beneath the Hot Shot Secret bunker, we're throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Yes, the stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Prayers for those people aboard the two aircraft crashing, falling into the Potomac, and their families tonight. Indeed. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 53 degrees tonight. It's a little better, though. Finally, Orlando, turnaround number 2. Now, we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up. Here's, again, a lot of the same information as we had already shared, but no immediate word again on casualties, although Reuters News reported shortly before 11 p.m., a little over an hour ago Eastern, that at least 2 bodies had been pulled from the river. This is based on coverage from the NBC affiliate WBAL out of Baltimore. Various wire reports saying 3 soldiers aboard the chopper, their status unknown. As we mentioned, landings, takeoffs from the airport near Washington at a halt as helicopters from agencies across the region are over the scene in search of survivors. Inflatable rescue boats being launched into the Potomac from a point near the airport along the George Washington Parkway, just north of the airport. Of course, Reuters reporting that the downed jet was in the Potomac, of course. All right, the White House briefed on the crash. According to multiple sources, President Trump said he is monitoring the terrible accident. Vice President J.D. Vance via social media, please say a prayer for everyone involved in the mid-air collision near Reagan Airport this evening. We are monitoring the situation, but for now, let's hope for the best. Trump releasing a statement which simply said, "May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I am monitoring the situation. We will provide more details as they arrive." So most of the other info, pretty much the same. The Army UH-60 helicopter involved in the crash was based out of Fort Belvoir in Virginia. Now, there is a base right there across the river. An initial line of thinking was that's where the helicopter had taken off from. Some are speculating that seeing as the helicopter from Fort Belvoir, that the pilot may not have been very familiar or as familiar with the airspace there in and around Reagan Airport. The incident kind of recalls the crash of an Air Florida flight that plummeted into the Potomac January 13 of 1982. Here we are just a couple of weeks after the anniversary of that crash that at the time killed 78. And that was attributed to bad weather at the time. But they tell us multiple helicopters, the U.S. Park Service, DT Metro Police, the U.S. military, all on the scene. So video from the observation camera at the nearby Kennedy Center actually kind of caught this entire event on camera. You see the plane with the brighter light. It's a very dim light, but you can see the helicopter approaching and the two coming together, an immediate fireball and straight down into the water there. So again, prayers for those involved. Brain Dead, good morning, Steve. Happy Thirsty Thursday. All right, we've sent Wacky Wednesday packing. Tonight's a silent night. As dingbats at work, I've got 2 hounds snoring away. Sent you a little something about the Yellow bankruptcy. As you will see how Yellow really didn't care about the rank and file, as the upper crust has already got all their money and disappeared, while we suffer. I honestly hope that one day the laws will be changed, that the rank and file get taken care of first, then everybody else. But you've got your interesting facts for the day, as today's date in history are rather interesting. 9 days till pitchers and catchers report, 19 days till spring training, and a mere 56 days till opening day. Baseball just around the corner. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Marianne is in the house. Larry, a good afternoon. 26 degrees in Ulster, New York. Still windy out here. Round number 3 to Schenectady tonight. Hello to Jerry. Good morning, Steve. Thanks for the Hot Shot Secret, and thanks to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive for helping us all get through the night. And thanks to all the heroes on the road for helping us to stay comfortable in our everyday lives. Tell them you love them every chance you get, and keep everyone in the plane crash earlier in your thoughts and prayers. Yes. Norman checks in from north central Kansas, 37 degrees, got some rain on the way. Still lots of snow around. Most of the fields are covered. I haven't turned a wheel in a week. Just relaxing and home. Everybody have a good morning. All right, there's Kentucky Lucky. Prayers for those in the Black Hawk and the flight from Wichita, in the Potomac tonight. Tank is on board, 50 degrees here in Barstow. Prayers for the victims and their families in Washington tonight. Now, we're going to be headed back east toward the home 20. Daniel, good morning from over by Jamestown, North Dakota. This morning, 31 degrees. Not going to be in the shop because it doesn't have any pollution crap on it. It's old enough not to need all that stuff. All right, news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Breaking news this hour. White House officials say a military chopper has collided with a regional airplane near Reagan Airport in Washington. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt spoke with Fox News about what she was originally briefed on with the incident.
Again, the information that I was just given was that it was a military helicopter that appears to have collided with a regional jet, and there are many interagencies that are working on this response right now.
All takeoffs and landings are currently stopped at the airport. It's currently unclear how many people were injured or when flights will resume. Hamas is planning to release 3 Israeli hostages tomorrow as part of the phase 1 of the ceasefire and hostage deal. With 2 rounds of releases already taken place, 5 Thai nationals will also be freed as part of this exchange. Meta is agreeing to pay $25 million to settle a lawsuit with President Trump over his suspended social media accounts. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot, Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
On towards 33 here. Here's the plane making its way in. At the same time, you had the helicopter coming in. Now, at the point of impact, right before this, the last time the plane pinged, it was moving at about 140 miles per hour at about 375 feet. As we heard a little bit earlier from a helicopter pilot, they're supposed to stay around 200 feet or so. So that's probably the last ping, about 375 feet, and it continued to descend in towards the runway. As it did, it collided with that helicopter there in the middle of the Potomac River. And as I've been mentioning, this part of the Potomac River to the east side here, you've got a channel that's about 20 to 30 feet deep. On the west side here, or closer towards Virginia, you've got a channel of about 10 feet. But right in the middle, it's about 3 to 7 feet deep. I just saw some video a little bit earlier. We've been showing this video all night. Let's get to the video that we showed a little bit earlier. And here's the plane right here. This is the helicopter. Watch how it moves on in here. You're going to see an explosion. And then you'll even see, going off to the right, that right there is the helicopter, and then you see the plane fall. We saw or heard from an eyewitness a little bit earlier that he did not see a ball of fire after this happened. He saw an initial ball of fire, and then it went away. The reason it goes away is because the ball of fire that would be an explosion on land is in towards the river, and of course the river putting it out. And then we talk about those water temperatures coming in at about 35, 36 degrees. Actually, some of the coldest waters we've seen in a long time because of the intense cold that we've seen during the month of January. And as we've heard numerous times already, you only have about 60 to 90 minutes to make it out of there to keep it survivable. And now we're going on here just over 3 hours. And this is something a video that we're going to watch. We're seeing more video right now, video from different vantage points about how this is coming on in as well. And we'll continue to keep you posted as far as what's going to be happening here. This plane, by the way, if you saw that other plane, it was making its way from one. So that's how busy this airport is. The one plane you saw off to the left making its way from runway 1 at the same time. That takes off right here. And then this plane's supposed to come in right after it. I mean, almost within 30 seconds. It's amazing what happens down there towards DCA. And in this instance, we see what happened in the Potomac.
Yeah, right. A tragedy.
All right, just a little eavesdrop there, getting some of the latest from the D.C. area. So it's a fluid situation, obviously. You hope for the best, but I think the realization is there's going to be a lot of fatalities. A lot of families getting kind of like their worst nightmare sort of news. Undoubtedly, there were family members waiting at the airport to pick up some of their loved ones, flying into D.C. Many anxious folks waiting for word. What is the fate of my family member tonight? All right, so got the phone lines open at 844-844-3388. We'll continue to follow. We'll move to other industry headlines. President Trump's regulatory freeze will delay the final rule that requires automatic emergency braking systems on new light-duty vehicles. In the notice published in the Federal Register on Monday, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announced it was delaying the effective date of the rule until March 20 now. It was January 20 when Trump issued the memorandum to pause the creation of any new rules, to withdraw any rules that had not yet been published in the Federal Register, and to postpone the effective date of any rules that had indeed been published. Now, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's automatic emergency braking system's final rule for light vehicles falls in that latter category. It was May the 9 last year. They had published the final rule to make automatic emergency braking technology standard on all passenger cars and light trucks by September of 2029. That rule that applies to new vehicles weighing 10,000 pounds or less also requires a pedestrian automatic emergency braking and forward collision warning system. Now, according to Trump's order, the 60-day delay of rules is to give agencies an opportunity to open an additional comment period or to extend the delay. What about automatic emergency braking for trucks? Well, in addition to the light-duty rule, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the FMCSA proposed mandating automatic emergency braking systems on new heavy vehicles. That proposal calls for all Class 7 and 8 vehicles weighing more than 26,000 pounds to be required to meet the AEB standards 3 years after the rule takes effect. All Class 3 to 6, that would be those weighing 10,001 up to 26,000 pounds, would be required to meet the automatic emergency braking and electronic stability control requirements in 4 years. Now, small volume manufacturers would have until 5 years after the final rule took effect. There would not be any retrofit requirements on existing heavy vehicles, they tell us. Now, unlike the light vehicle rule, however, the heavy-duty version never was published in the Federal Register. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the FMCSA had planned on unveiling a final rule this month, but now it is unclear if and when the new administration will actually decide to proceed. During the formal comment period, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association and individual truckers told the agencies that the current AEB technologies are deficient, citing instances of false activations. Examples included false activations being triggered by shadows, maybe from an overpass, guardrails while traveling on a curve. Other rules that could be affected. The president's regulatory freeze applies, they tell us, across all agencies. There are several of interest to the trucking industry. Rulemakings involving minimum training requirements for commercial drivers, automated driving systems, and hair testing had all been under review at the White House Office of Management and Budget. So as of January 21, all three of those particular rulemakings were actually withdrawn. Industry update from our friends at OOIDA. Hello to Michael. Good evening from West Monroe, Louisiana, sending prayers to the families from the plane crash earlier. Hello from the Michigan Madman. The ice conditions at Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan for the SOOI 500 are the best I've seen in the last 5 years. If anyone's interested in watching, you can do so on Flow Racing. All right, thanks for the update there, Michigan Madman. Gilligan, good morning. Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Clear, pleasant at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia. 45 degrees out here tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Very good. Michael talking about the water temperature there in the Potomac, like 35 degrees. Not good. Can't survive long in those sort of bitterly cold waters. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia, 42 degrees. I'm hearing reports they say they pulled 16 to 18 bodies from the river. I do not know if that includes the 4 that were initially reported as pulled in alive. From what I'm seeing, there's 60 plus on the plane. Yeah, there were 60 passengers, and I believe it was it 4 or 5 crew members on the plane. There were 3 in the helicopter that was on a routine training exercise. Yeah, our thoughts with all involved. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Norman said, when did you get back on YouTube? What's it been? Probably maybe 2 weeks, week or two ago. It's not been that long, but yes, we are. If you hadn't found us there, once again back on YouTube Live. He said, I just came across it there. Okay. Listening on my phone, watching YouTube on television, chatting on the iPad. And the phone with Facebook. Jeff says, good morning, overnight drive crew. Quietly making some noise over here in Mason, Ohio. Let's see. First commercial plane crash in the United States since 2009. Daniel, what you got for us there? For what I do, do not need an automatic braking system. The vehicle I drive, or stability control, or any electronic gadgets. That just increases the cost of the vehicle and does not promote safety. All I need is a vehicle. Putting the brakes on clear ice and causing a skid because of its automatic braking system. I don't need that crap. Tired of the government trying to shove this stuff down our throats, all in the name of safety. Well, here's a fact. Things that do promote safety, like disc brakes on trucks, radial tires, did the government have to mandate any of those things? Or did people buy them because they got better mileage and safer? Seems to be a pattern that when they actually work for safety and cost effective, the government doesn't have to mandate it. Anybody else see that pattern? The government shoving crap down our throats. Okay. Thank you very much, Daniel. Have a great morning. 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
So not really seeing a whole lot of new info. As we mentioned, the airline had 60 people on board, 3 on the helicopter. There's NBC affiliate says at least 4 people have been recovered, rushed to hospitals. It is a frantic search to find crash victims in the river. Now, water temperature about 35 degrees. At that temperature, you'd have maybe 15 or 20 minutes before suffering from hypothermia. So we're now going on 4 hours in. There is, yes, a massive emergency response, fireboats in the water. Fire departments from all around the region staging at Gravelly Point, north of Reagan National. I mean, just a sea, literally a sea of fire trucks, ambulances, police cars there on the banks of the river. But let me get over to Morning Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Oh, you didn't call me to let me know all this was going on. If you'd seen this in your show prep at all, I hadn't heard anything about this because until your show comes on there, I pretty much listen to the satellite radio, and well, of course they don't give you much news over there on those channels there. So until we get to you to listen to live coverage on the air, we really don't get a whole lot of news out here.
Wow.
In the evening.
Wow.
But anyways, so I was just, after I started listening to you here a little bit ago, I was unloading down in southern Maryland, and I was checking out the Google Maps. Really, it doesn't look like there's any delays around the Capitol Beltway anywhere, or even going up in towards DC, either 295 or the 395. So I'm not, maybe it's, the most of the congestion and everything is probably going to be right there around Reagan, right there is what you said, the George Washington Parkway and everything. And but as far as emergency services around there go, there's quite a bit. I mean, DC has their share of things that are for the water rescue. PG County, Prince George County is, on the east side of the river there. They have a lot of contingency set up for water rescue. Montgomery County to the north has a lot of water contingencies, water rescue contingencies set up.
Yeah.
So there's a lot in the area. There's a lot down here in southern Maryland, St. Mary's County and Charles County. They also have quite a bit because the rivers flow all the way out to the Chesapeake from up there in D.C. and above, and as you're saying about the river temperature, what part of the problem with the river temperature right now is the snowfall we've had. Not that it's anything extreme compared to the rest of the country, but with these mid-40 temperatures we've been having here the last few days, we've been getting a lot of runoff up in the northern part of the state, which all feeds into the top there of the Potomac River up there on Harper's Ferry, Virginia, and on down, the tributaries on down. So there's a lot of snowmelt water in there, which, of course, is very, very cold. I mean, it's just above freezing when it goes into the rivers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the reasons the river temperature's down. It's not just the air temperature, but just the runoff that's going into the river. So anyways, yeah, they got a lot to deal with. Now that was said, there was American Airlines and Eagle flight.
Correct.
Now they don't run a large jet plane, right? They have a smaller commuter-sized plane. Normally run?
It's 65 seats. It's really, if you ever flown on one, it's a small regional jet, and I mean when you're getting on board, it's only about right at 6 feet tall. You got to kind of hunch down to get back to your seat. It's very, very tight quarters.
Yeah. So anyways, I guess we don't have any idea of who would be on it yet. I guess they're probably still holding that information back. But, of course, going in and out of D.C., you just don't know, if it could be anybody from the government on there as well.
That's crossed my mind as well.
Running the government.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, we got a lot of things to find out about and sit back and wait for the facts and, of course, not start jumping to conclusions. I guess the other thing there for actually assistance coming in is Joint Base Andrews is really only a hop, skip, and a jump away there from, especially in the air, to get across, because they're not probably 3-4 miles away as the crow flies. So yeah, there's be kind of an interesting night to kind of keep track of there. And as you say, prayers and best of thoughts to everybody, and hope for the best, and maybe we'll get lucky with a few. But anyways,
based on
that,
it's kind of a grainy video, but the video that actually captured the impact, and they did confirm that the plane itself split in half. So two separate pieces down there. I don't know how many people will get. Most were probably unconscious from the impact, the fireball. And they said the plane was doing about 150 miles an hour. So the impact upon hitting the water, it looks like they're going to try to do a little press conference thing here. So what do you say? I'll jump over there, and maybe when you get more, maybe come on back and join us again. They are just gathering around the podium as we speak at this point in time to get this underway.
Mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm at Reagan National Airport. I am joined by United States Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, United States Senator Jim Moran, Senator Roger Marshall, Jack Potter, the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. We are here to brief you on the very tragic events of this evening, where we know a passenger plane coming to the airport here collided with a military helicopter. Our fire department, DC Fire and EMS, supported by fire departments and police departments from across the Washington metropolitan region, are executing a rescue operation in the Potomac River. They are working diligently in very dark and cold conditions, cold water, to execute this rescue operation. We have had the opportunity to be briefed by American Airlines officials. I'm told that American Airlines leadership is on the way to Washington as well, and officials are in the airport talking to families now. We do have a 1-800 number where families should contact us should contact American Airlines for more information, and we will be providing that information shortly. I am going to turn to a number of officials to provide as much information as we can this evening, and we expect to have more frequent briefings at daylight. So with that, I'm going to turn to Secretary Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I think for all of us, we want to extend our thoughts and prayers to those individuals who were impacted by the events tonight, their families. We know this is a very difficult time for all of them. I want to join the mayor and everyone here too, extending our thank you to the first responders who, again, in very difficult situations and environments, are out there searching and attempting to rescue. Tonight, I spoke with President Trump and his team in the Situation Room. I had a conversation with Secretary Pete Hegseth as well, and then with the Kansas delegation and the mayor and others in leadership, as well as Governor Youngkin from Virginia and Governor Kelly from Kansas. From the Department of Transportation and FAA's perspective, we are going to offer full support to those on the ground, to the mayor, but also to the NTSB, who is going to be conducting the investigation in this matter. We are going to provide all the support that's necessary. Mayor.
Thank you. So with that, I want to ask Chief John Johnley from DC Fire and EMS to provide an update.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Donnelly, Chief of DC Fire and EMS. This evening at 8:48, an alert was sounded, initiating a large regional response to a report of an aircraft crash on approach to the airport. This response includes first the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority's Fire Department, the District of Columbia Fire Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the U.S. Park Police to respond into the area and to sort that out. At 8:58, the first units arrived on the scene and found an aircraft in the water and began rescue operations. This incident has grown. There's currently about 300 responders working. We have boats from all throughout the region, police and fire boats. We have a mutual aid agreement in Washington, D.C., the National Capital Region Mutual Aid Agreement administered by the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, and we're all operating under that. We're operating under a unified command. Everybody's together. So we also have requested state police helicopters from Maryland, and the Coast Guard helicopter is working. So this is a state and federal response as well. U.S. Coast Guard's got some boats in the water as well. So it's a highly complex operation. The conditions out there are extremely rough for the responders. It's cold. They're dealing with relatively windy conditions. Wind is hard out on the river, so they're out there working. We're doing everything we can to keep them safe, and with that, I'm going to turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. In Chief Bonnet from MWA.
I'm Rick Bonnet, Fire Chief of MWA Fire and Rescue. Our unit, as Chief Donnelly already alluded to, at 2048, we received an alert from the FAA tower of an aircraft incident involving a commercial aircraft and a helicopter. Our units immediately responded and deployed 3 boats and immediately called for mutual aid resources. Again, as Chief Donnelly said, it's an active operation that's going to last many hours as we continue to work through recovery efforts and rescue operations. This will be ongoing for quite a while. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families and our communities, and we appreciate all DC's support to our agency and our federal partners.
So with that, I wanted to turn to the senators who are from Kansas who wanted to say a few words. First, Senator Moran, and then Senator Marshall.
Mayor, thank you, and Mr. Secretary, thank you, and to our first responders, thank you very much for all that's taking place here. I'm Jerry Moran. I'm a United States Senator from Kansas, and I chair the subcommittee and Commerce Committee on Aviation. So we have really a serious and sad circumstance that we want to be here to be helpful. And we're praying that our responders are safe and the folks who are on that flight are recovered. The circumstance I would describe is that I know that flight. I've flown it many times myself. I lobbied American Airlines to begin having a direct nonstop flight service to DCA. That flight has been in existence about a year. And it is certainly true that in Kansas and in Wichita in particular, we're going to know people who are on this flight, know their family members, know somebody. So this is a very personal circumstance as well as an official response. And again, we will do everything we can to make certain that we're supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll do everything we can to make certain that our subcommittee and Congress is engaged in what needs to take place following the outcome of this evening and this month's kind of investigation. I've talked to NTSB, I've talked to the White House, I've talked to the Department of Defense, and I've talked to the CEO of American Airlines, and there is all of us pulling together for the best outcome possible. I'm honored to be here with my colleague, Senator Marshall, as we try to make certain that we care for those certainly back in Kansas that were on that flight. But it's a reminder that there are people here in Washington, D.C., in this region, in Virginia and Maryland, and many places else that fly to and from Kansas. And so we're rooting and supporting all those, regardless of where you're from. And Mayor, I appreciate the gathering here for us to try to provide information to those in Kansas and across your city. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you, Senator Moran and Mayor, Secretary. You know, when one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. And I know Senator Moran and I are here just to say we care. We wish that there was more we could do, but unfortunately there doesn't seem much at this time. I want the folks to back home to just know that we care, that we love them, and that this is a time when we'll have to join arms together and help each other out. We've been through things like this before, through tornadoes and floods and things, but it's really hard when you lose, you know, probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. And I don't want to forget the pilots and the flight attendants, you know, are doing, you know, do their job, and the military personnel we lost. You know, all those lives are so valuable, and it is such a tragedy that we lost them. You know, I think often in times like this, I try to find a scripture that, you know, is apropos, and this is from the book of Psalms. It says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Certainly we're crushed in spirit tonight. We mourn with the families who lost loved ones, and we truly are joining them in prayer and wrapping our arms around them in love and compassion. Thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for your thoughts and your prayers.
So certainly I speak for the people of Washington, 700,000 of us who are extremely sorry for the families who are experiencing loss tonight. And so we want you to know that we will continue to work with American Airlines to share information as frequently as possible and make sure that we're getting accurate information out to the public. But my sorrow for all of the people and crew on the plane and our military personnel on the helicopter is very deep. I do want to turn to Jack Potter, who is the CEO of our Airports Authority, responsible for Reagan National Airport and Dulles International Airport, to talk to you about how the airport responded and what's going to happen next.
Good evening. As was said, I'm Jack Potter, the President and CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. Thank you all for being here tonight and under these very, very grim circumstances. For First of all, I want to let you know that we're providing support to all the families who are involved. American Airlines has established a phone number for them to reach out. That's been published, but let me repeat it. It's 1-800-679-8215. So families of folks that were on the plane are asked to contact them. We did have folks who were at the airport to pick up loved ones, and so American has set up a center in their in their lounge at the north end of the airport, and we've directed the families there, and there are folks there counselors there to work with the families. We did have aircraft that were in the air. They were diverted to Dulles Airport, some 19 aircraft. We had personnel, United and others had personnel. We want to thank WMATA for extending their hours on the Metro to make sure that those folks were accommodated. Right now, as was said earlier by the chief, we're in a rescue mode. We will continue in that rescue mode. I want to thank all of the mutual aid responders, all the counties, the districts, folks from Maryland and Virginia. Everybody's on site doing the best they can, and numerous boats out in the water right now. NTSB is on site. I want to thank all of the folks behind me, the secretary, the mayor, the 2 senators for all of their support, and we're going to continue to work through the night. I do want to make an announcement. People are, concerned about what's going to happen in the morning. Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 o'clock. That's when the first flights will take off. But we're going to continue to do our best and work through this situation over the course of the night, and we hope to have more news as it develops. But for right now, it's a very difficult situation out there with the cold. It's very dark, but there are numerous boats out there. There are dive teams out there. So again, we'll continue to work this situation, and I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that update. And you've heard that in the National Capital Region, the district, of course, is Washington, D.C. is at the center, but we are a close region. We have heard from the governors of Maryland and Virginia, the mayor of the city of Baltimore, all who have sent us personnel to help in the rescue operations. Last thing I'll note is just to our local viewership, and just please let our first responders do their work. Try to let our vehicles get to scenes and through scenes. We don't want anybody else to get hurt because of moving vehicles, okay? So we will be able to take a few questions. There's not a lot that we can say. We won't be able to say anything about an investigation. As you know, once Fire and EMS completes the rescue operation, then the investigation goes over to the National Transportation Safety Board, and I'm sure the Safety Board, NTSB, will provide information about when they will be briefing about an investigation. So we'll take a few. Yes?
Can you confirm that both aircraft are in the water, and perhaps Chief Donnelly can explain what's involved in conducting an operation like this in these conditions?
Yes, both aircraft are in the water. The focus now is rescuing people, and that's what all of our personnel are focused on. And Chief, I think he's given a pretty good description, but if there's anything else you want to add, Chief?
I would just say that the boats are out doing searches. We have divers on both aircraft, and they're searching the aircraft at this point.
Right. Yes.
Have any survivors been found, and how many bodies have been recovered?
All we can confirm tonight is the number of people on each aircraft, 64 people on the American Airlines plane and 3 people on the military helicopter. And we can't provide any more information about recovery efforts.
The 2 people have talked about lost loved ones. So how do you know that there might be people who have lost loved ones?
I didn't say I didn't know people had lost loved ones. I said we can't talk about any of the recovery efforts in specific tonight.
Yes. Secretary Duffy.
So I'll call on who's next. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Will this affect operations at Dulles and BWI? Will the Potomac River traffic be closed to boats?
Yes. And so Jack has talked about, can you talk about Dulles? I'm not sure we can talk about BWI, but we can talk about Dulles.
There is no impact at BWI or at Dulles. As I said earlier, our airport here, Ronald Reagan National Airport, will be closed until 11 o'clock. Obviously, that will be fluid. We'll learn more, but we wanted to advise passengers who might be coming to the airport in the morning that we will be closed until at least 11 o'clock.
A question for Secretary Duffy. A question for Secretary Duffy.
Yeah, 1 second. You're next.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you so much. So, just other than the current situations, like we know the water is extremely cold and it's very dark outside. Although Senator is saying that there are numerous boats in the water, but what's the the biggest challenges for the rescue team? What best scenario we can expect in the coming few hours till morning?
So the challenges are access. The water that we're operating in is about 8 feet deep. There is wind, there is pieces of ice out there, so it's just dangerous and hard to work in, and because there's not a lot of lights, you're out there searching every square inch of space to see if you can find anybody. Divers are doing the same thing in the water. The water is dark, it is murky, and that is a very tough condition for them to dive in. The question about the river, we'll make that decision later. The Coast Guard's on scene, and I would expect that it's not a high use time in the river, and we should not expect to have commercial, recreational traffic on the river tomorrow.
Okay, 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
Secretary Duffy, have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who are impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think, is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater DC area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Okay, your question?
Can any of you give us any sense about how an accident like this could have happened so close to the airport, right in the heart of DC? There have been reports that the DCA tower contacted the helicopter moments before the crash to ask if they had sight of the aircraft, and apparently the helicopter reported that it did have sight of an aircraft. Is it possible that it had the wrong aircraft in sight? Do you have any sense of what went wrong in the final moment?
I know that the National Transportation Safety Board in its investigation will be able to search on all of those questions. We wouldn't be able to talk about that tonight. Yes.
All right, listening in live from our nation's capital. Yeah, really not a whole lot of new information. No mention of actual live rescues. No word. I guess we know there's fatalities. They can't give numbers. I guess the one thing we can gather is it's a very difficult situation out there in very cold waters. Going to be many hours trying to get the bodies out of these aircraft. Undoubtedly, it's got to be a horrific scene under the water. It appears the helicopter like broadside, it just split the plane literally in half. So, Sean Duffy, I was thinking, he just was confirmed as a transportation secretary. What a way to get thrown into your new position there in D.C. I mean, literally, 24 hours on the job, and he has a major transportation event to be responding to. Talk about getting thrown to the wolves. All right, so I'll continue to monitor, watch more. What else we have going on? So phone lines are open. It's 844-844-3388. Now, speaking of Transportation Secretary, former Secretary Pete Buttigieg was in the position back in 2023 Well, you'll recall the East Palestine, Ohio, the horrific train incident. Norfolk Southern and the village of East Palestine have reached a $22 million settlement to resolve all claims by the village resulting from that derailment and hazmat release. According to the announcement, a joint statement on the East Palestine website Monday says the village recognizes the approximately $13.5 million that Norfolk Southern has already spent in the village, including replacement of fire and police vehicles, improvements to the water treatment plant, exterior renovation of the East Palestine Railroad Station. Norfolk Southern also remains committed to spending $25 million on improvements to East Palestine City Park. Kind of a refresher, it was defective wheel bearing that led to the derailment, 38 cars, at about 9 in the evening on February the 3rd, while 12 more became involved in a subsequent fire. 11 of those cars were carrying hazardous materials. Fearing an explosion, Norfolk Southern eventually conducted that vent and burn of the highly toxic vinyl chloride, a move that the National Transportation Safety Board would eventually determine was unnecessary, that actually ended up spreading the material throughout the area. That led to intense scrutiny of rail safety on a national scale. It cost Norfolk Southern $2.2 billion, including cleanup and legal expenses. As of the end of 2024, it also led to a proxy fight that saw activist investor Ancora Holdings make an unsuccessful attempt to gain control of the board at Norfolk Southern. They did gain some seats and eventually reached a settlement, giving it further influence. They say a planned regional safety training center in East Palestine, however, will not be built, as the railroad and the village have determined it's not feasible, according to that joint statement. They will transfer 15 acres for that planned facility to the village to be used, whatever the village decides to use it for. Norfolk Southern had broken ground on the $20 million facility, which had been planned for first responders from Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and the surrounding region. All right, lines available. Knucklebusters on board. Got you coming up in 2. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, they did finally conclude the press conference there. Again, not a whole lot of new information being revealed at this late night, early morning hour. Now 1:21 a.m. Eastern Time. Stacy, I guess, just joined us. Like many others who may not have been with us out of the box. And what did I miss? What's going on? In D.C., about 9 o'clock Eastern this past evening, an American Airlines flight and a military helicopter colliding and coming down in the Potomac River. Both aircraft in the water. There was video from the webcam network EarthCam showing the moment of the collision, a big fireball. President Trump has been briefed. Our newly sworn in Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, as we just heard a few moments ago, is on the scene. We know the airline had 60 passengers, 4 crew. The helicopter had 3 on board. They are not giving any numbers. Earlier reports said at least 4 people had been recovered and rushed to hospitals. The mayor refused to address that. No numbers on live or deceased, how many they've pulled from the waters. All right, so there you go. Knucklebuster, what's happening?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Tennessee called me and she said the news that she's watching has reported no survivors. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll just have to find all that out in the morning.
I would suspect that. I mean, I don't know who. The information was from like the NBC affiliate out of Washington, said 4 had been recovered and rushed to hospitals. Maybe they had subsequently passed. Maybe they were dead. When early information is always sporadic. Some is true, some is false. Right.
Right. Absolutely. We just have to wait and see what daylight brings.
Yeah.
I remember that one back in the 80s there, but it was a whole different scenario because they just slid off the end of the runway. And that's, but this was a mid-air collision. That's a whole different ball game there,
Yeah.
I can today it's that crashing and burning that bothers me, right? But my prayers are for all of them up there involved, even the first responders, because that's a bad thing to be seeing up there and dealing with in all this cold weather. Anyway, I sent Horse a picture last night as to why I would never be getting up off of the couch during a Super Bowl game to go get a cake or a pie or cookies or anything. I got a daughter, she does all that stuff, so she used to teach classes to people to decorate the cakes and stuff. So I got him hungry with all them pictures, I think. Anyway, I read on the Bible and Bio, Peter Ducey there was amazed that they would actually answer a question at one of them White House press briefings up there every day. You think that's a bunch of garbage? No, that girl, she did answer all the questions, right?
Right, she did, yes.
Didn't him haul around, yeah. And she's a lot better looking than that other girl was there, so anyway. Well, I'm getting passed by one of them lease drivers there. I met a real big Billy Big Rigger today, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
IDA type there, but let me tell you, he had chicken lights all over that truck. He got out of that truck wearing a big 10-gallon, look like one of them Hobble Cartwright hats. Had big square toe boots on, chain drive wallet. It was really funny. He pulled right in front of me, so I couldn't help but notice him there. And he went inside the building to check in. But when he come back out, he drove away, Steve. I guess he's at the wrong building. I don't know. So anyway, well, that's all my bull on it for right now. So, like I said, my thoughts and prayers go out for everybody up there in D. It's going to be a long night for them.
Yes, it sure is. Yeah. Well, thanks for checking in there, Knucklebuster. Have a good morning, safe travels. Alrighty, 26 past the hour. Hey, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Well, we have the sprawling storm that's going to bring the heavy rain and even some severe weather from Texas to the Carolinas here in the last couple of days of January. This is the same system that brought some of that rain, the much-needed rain, to Southern California Sunday and Monday. Kind of regenerating now as it heads through the southern plains tonight. And then it races off toward the Atlantic coast. Pockets of wintry weather on the northern and western fringes of the storm, near Denver and parts of the Midwest, as well as the Northeast. So we saw some of that rain developing throughout the day yesterday across Texas and Oklahoma. Didn't really see any severe weather at that point. Thunderstorms overnight tonight will have the capability of bringing some hail, flooding downpours, and some locally damaging wind gusts. Can pull up the latest from Weather Street here. There's a pretty broad area in the heart of the country out there that is actually under flood watches. Going to be seeing inches of rain, and much of this is going to come down in like less than 24 hours' time. Looking at flood watches extending from northeastern Texas, which some of those are actually now flood warnings as the heavy rains are coming down there. Right through southeast Oklahoma, from southwest to northeast, right through the heart of Arkansas, southern Missouri, northwestern Tennessee, western Kentucky. That's all the zone where you're going to see some torrential rains. And further south along the Gulf Coast could potentially see some strong storms, severe weather, and cannot rule out even an isolated tornado come later in the day today. When we come back, the ice pick bandit strikes again. It's happening over and over again. How many trucks impacted this time around? Why can't they get this guy? Slashing tires on the big rigs. 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Breaking news this hour. White House officials say a military chopper has collided with a regional airplane near Reagan Airport in Washington. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt spoke with Fox News about what she was originally briefed on with the incident.
Again, the information that I was just given was that it was a military helicopter that appears to have collided with a regional jet, and there are many interagencies that are working on this response right now.
All takeoffs and landings are currently stopped at the airport. It's currently unclear how many people were injured or when flights will resume. Hamas is planning to release 3 Israeli hostages tomorrow as part of phase 1 of the ceasefire and hostage deal, with 2 rounds of releases already taken place. 5 Thai nationals will also be freed as part of this exchange. Meta is agreeing to pay $25 million to settle a lawsuit with President Trump over his suspended social media accounts. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, they're calling him the Ice Pick Bandit. We shared a story just last week. And get an update this past day. He's still at large. Now, he was caught on camera again at a truck stop that he targeted back in September. The most recent targeted semi-trucks were at the South Fork truck stop in Gurdon, Arkansas. The night between January 19th and 20th. This was the second attack at the same truck stop, making for 296 tires slashed on 40 trucks. The Clark County Sheriff, Jason Watson, says there's no rhyme or reason for his actions. Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason with the trucks he picks. We just can't figure out the motivation of this guy. But the sheriff said the most recent footage of the Ice Pick Bandit shows a red truck believed to be his getaway vehicle. Now, in light of this second attack, the South Fork truck stop manager says the business is working to get high-resolution cameras installed to either deter further attacks or identify the suspect. He said, hopefully we'll catch him red-handed, or before he attacks the next time. A truck stop in nearby Hazen was also targeted on the same night, according to KARK. Now, the sheriff says the ice pick bandit would be safer if he just turned himself into police, because if he's caught by truckers, he's not going to be treated nicely. Yeah, they'd love to catch him and put a whooping on him. Or worse, I would say, because of the magnitude, the sheer cost that this is, especially for owner-operators out there, the cost of tires. From the trucker this past day as well, highlighting the same story. Yeah, there's an issue that has reached Southwest Arkansas. Yeah, the KARK station in Little Rock regarding the incidents of the ice pick bandit 3 times in 3 different years. The ice pick bandit's been caught on camera, first in Florida, Tennessee, and now most recently in Arkansas. In Florida, the man was caught on camera by the Florida Highway Patrol. Yeah, with vandalizing truck tires up and down Interstate 75. Some truckers are calling the man's actions attempted murder. But video provided by the Clark County Sheriff shows the red truck that he believes is linked to the suspect, and the man who allegedly punctured 296 tires on 40 trucks at the South Fork truck stop. Now, an owner-operator, Mark Watkins, in Arkansas, in the lot, told the news outlet it's going to cost him $10,000 to replace all 18 tires. And some in other states reportedly, attacks have been reported in Georgia, between Atlanta and Gainesville, Florida, as well as other states, including Tennessee, Texas, and Missouri. As I've mentioned before, I suspect this individual is probably also either a regional driver in the Southeast or over-the-road driver. Described as a white male, 30 to 40 years old, he or it could be copycats who have thus far evaded law enforcement. Yeah, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas, Arkansas suspected of ruining at least 1,000 tires since June of 2023. No one is sure of the motive. They do say in some instances, brake lines and airbags have also been punctured by this guy. Well, good morning, Donut Man. How you been?
Pretty good. How you been, Steve?
Oh, hanging with them. I'm ready for spring.
Well, you and me both, but I think we've more than made up for the last couple winters not really having too bad of winters. So I think we've made up for it. We can move along now.
Yes.
And get all this stuff melted off. I've seen enough lake effect snow the past 2 weeks running up north to last a while. So it's been kind of nice the last couple nights driving up there not having anything for the first time in about 2 weeks. Things have gotten better, which I like. It's daylight. It's getting daylight a little bit longer, which is always a good sign because you know what's coming. So that gives us something to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
Ready for Louisville and all that fun stuff. I hope we get some great weather this year for the show, and looking forward to seeing everybody again this year. And
you just never know,
yeah,
right? Is it going to be sunny and 70 or snowy and 20?
Yeah, we've had it all. I don't know. See, I'm trying to think. Well, I've been going to the truck show every year since the first year I met you there in person. That's been a little while ago. So.
Right.
And we've had 70, 80 degree weather. We've had 50 degree weather. We've had snow. We've had cold rain. It's been a gambit. Just you never that time of the year is that weird time of the year, and you know how that goes. But yeah, they're talking. I want to say my prayers go out to the families of everybody involved in the plane crash in Washington.
Yeah.
When I first heard that news break, it took me right back to 1982, because I know a lot of people don't know, but my dad was a commercial airline pilot for Eastern Airlines, and he was 2 planes behind that plane to take off after the crash, and didn't know what it was, and my first thought was, as soon as I heard the report that there was a plane crash, first thing was popped in my head. I thought, oh my God, it's my dad. And after a while, I realized it was an Air Florida plane. I mean, it was kind of relief and sorrow at the same time, knowing it wasn't my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he called and said, hey, look, we were supposed to take off 2 planes behind, and they canceled us after it happened, and just want to let everybody know I'm all right. So that was kind of a good sign.
Wow.
Kind of on pins and needles there at first. When as soon as I heard that, man, it took me right back then. And what happened? It was an Air Florida plane. I believe, if I remember right, it was a 737, and it wasn't properly de-iced. There was some kind of a sensor on the engine, and it wasn't de-iced right. And it misread, and they didn't power up enough, and they crashed into the 14th Street Bridge there in Washington, D.C. back when that happened.
Wow.
But yeah, as soon as I heard that earlier, I just brought back memories I haven't thought much about over the years. It's just like, back then, it just kind of made me realize that, hey, you just never know, and and I still feel that way today,
Yeah.
and that just... But yeah, my thoughts and prayers go out, and that's just sad to hear. And I think was it Horse Feathers or something, or somebody, I can't remember who it was, made the comment. That was like the first plane crash in the States since like 2009. I believe that's what he said. That was the last plane crash.
It's been quite some time. I mean, that crossed my mind, believe it or not, a few weeks ago. I mean, we've had several crashes in other countries. I said, man, we've been on a pretty good lucky roll of no fatal crashes here in the U.S. for major airlines.
I know they've come close a few times with some planes taking off and other planes not listening, or some communication foul-ups and crossing paths, But yeah, as far as any kind of catastrophe like we had this evening, but yeah, it's been a long time. But yeah, I don't know. Just words can't put into words how what to say, and because there's like you said, you got families, at the airport, and people back, I'm sure people back where the flight originated from, and what their families are going through. I can't imagine, because I came close to going through something like that, but God, I guess God was watching over, but yeah, I just hate to hear that, but hopefully they get to the bottom of it and get things straightened out.
Yeah. I mean, and myself and even President Trump thinking along the same lines as that helicopter, which was on, sight, line of sight, but clear night, headed straight toward the plane. And I don't know, Donald Trump posted here right about an hour ago, I guess, said the airplane was on a perfect routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the plane for an extended period of time. It's a clear night. Now, the lights on the plane were blazing. Why didn't the helicopter go up, down, or turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. Yeah, again, via the real Donald Trump. Don't know. They were interviewing a helicopter pilot on the DC NBC affiliate a bit earlier. Talking about when you're flying line of sight, and that this particular copter had come out of the other. What was the name of the base in Virginia, rather than the one right across the river, that the pilot may not have really been familiar with the flight paths there. But he said when you're in a helicopter, there's lights, and you see the lights of the city. There's lights everywhere. And a lot of times you said you can convince yourself something's not there that is, or vice versa. Yeah, sometimes you feel like something's there that's not. But early word was that there's no signs of any nefarious activity. They always come out with that. But way too early, can't draw any assumptions. But yeah, what a horrible scenario. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up here. Dirty Harry's on board. Good morning, Steve. Yeah, America woke up to some sad news, praying for the victims. Left too much airline crash. All right. Had a crash here in Buffalo back in 2009. Keep all the victims in your prayers. Jeffrey joins us here this Thursday morning. Hey, it is Friday Eve, isn't it? Let's see. He said they're saying Team USA figure skating and coaches may have been among the passengers. Yeah, the flight that originated in Wichita, Kansas. That's what you're going to be finding out who was on board. And, of course, yeah, any flight going into Reagan there in D.C., yeah, you wonder, might there have been, there could have been, representatives, senators. The one senator that spoke in the press conference a little bit ago said he was very familiar with that flight. He has flown that flight into D.C., he said, many times. Yeah, straight shot, nonstop from Wichita to D.C. All right, Jeffrey said, good morning, Steve. You are a beacon of light on a dark night. Thank you much there.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
All right, here's the latest update. What do we have? Anything new? Nothing more than it was a PSA Airlines colliding with the Sikorsky H-60 helicopter. About 9 p.m., all right. The flight had departed Wichita, Kansas about 5:20 Wednesday afternoon. 3 Army soldiers were aboard the Black Hawk, conducting a standard training flight, according to officials. Right now, they say we are in rescue mode, according to the CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority at the press conference here at the top of this past hour. He did say that a total of 19 aircraft were diverted to Dulles International Airport. Reagan, now they say, will be closed until at least 11 a.m. this Thursday morning. Out of D.C., WTOP's Mike Murillo said first responders were pulled from across the D.C. region. Emergency personnel from Fairfax and Montgomery counties. He said, I've done this for 20 years. I've not seen this many first responders surrounding the entire Potomac River. It is lit up on the D.C. side while reporting from Dangerfield Island. He said they're calling in every resource they have here tonight. Well, good morning, Brother Rambler. Hi there.
Well, praise God and good morning, Steve. And yes, definitely prayers going out to the families of both our military and civilian that's been affected by this. This is awful. And yeah, I remember plainly Dirty Harry. It was at a couple of commuter jets that crashed out there in Buffalo about this time in 2009 in middle of winter. I remember that very, very vividly. But glad to be on the air with you. Hello to all our listening friends listening to us on terrestrial radio. Also the Steve Sommers app, which if you do not have, I want to encourage you to go to your Google Play Store if you have Android operating systems, or if you have iOS iPhone, go to your iOS store, your app store, get it now. Or you can watch Steve on Facebook, back on YouTube, and on Rumble. We're glad to be on the air with you. Had an interesting morning yesterday morning, Steve. I pulled in at my fuel stop there at Cedar Lake Road, the Loves. Excuse me. At Cedar Lake Road right there in Biloxi, Mississippi. And me and this other old driver was talking shop, and he had him 1998 389 Pete, the beautiful Caterpillar in it. Very, very well maintained. Probably got about 2 million miles on it. Had the top end, bottom end, kingpins done. Two old truck drivers talking, and we were just talking shop, and lo and behold, I got to give a shout out to this driver here, because this is the first time I've ever had this happen. I mentioned my father dirty diapers and how he had bought that Western Star brand new, and within a year and a half he had it paid off.
Mm-hmm.
I had a driver, old Walmart driver, his name is Jared, come up to me. He said, "Are you Rambler?" I said, "I sure am." He said, "Man, I listened to you on the Steve Sommers show." I said, "Well, my Lord, good to meet you, man." So we were able to shake hands, and he asked about that puppy. He said, "Man, I'm from Ponchatoula, where you were at." He said, "Man, I want to know about that little old dog." I said, I couldn't just let him back out. He come up to me, and I showed him the picture and the video. I sent the picture and video to you, too.
I got that. Yes, yeah. Cute. And, he was probably, yeah. I guess he was only, 8-10 weeks old, maybe? It's a puppy.
Yeah. Just a puppy. And literally, when I was on the phone, when you went to me, it literally, because I couldn't get it to come up to me, so I just went on ahead inside the store and was talking to you inside, because, a little bit warmer on the inside than it was outside. And I just felt something against my foot, and I looked down, and I heard whining and whimpering, and, oh, it's just so adorable. But I believe someone else had got him, because I wasn't going to let the dog back outside the store. I just, I had a little bit of food, old fat man like me carries a little bit of food with him. So I had a little bit of jerky that I had and put in there, and had a little thing, ate it. It was going out of style, and we left him inside that store, and I know the manager there. She's a pretty good person. So I'm pretty sure that dog I felt like the dog had escaped from someplace, because I didn't have that dirty dog smell to it. It smelled like it had a nice clean bath just recently.
Mm.
So it definitely belonged to someone and probably just got out or something. So shout out to Jared. driver for Walmart. Good to meet you. Praise God. And, always gotta be prepared. The regular callers that call in, you never know who you're going to meet. And like I said, he heard Dirty Diapers. He recognized my voice. And we got other callers that call in. The Anonymous Hippopotamus, Gilligan, Heat Wave, Donut Man, so many others that call in. And you never know where you're going to be at inside of a truck stop. And we have a lot of listeners, God's children, a lot of listeners that don't really call, but they do listen. Steve, I know you're coming up on the break. If you want to hold me over, I'm fine with that.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got about a minute, and we'll get the very latest here. Some of the updates coming in over the past hour. They did say, the last fatal U.S. commercial crash was indeed 2009. Yeah, that would have been the Buffalo incident there. Dirty Harry was talking about. I got an update from the American Airlines chief. We mentioned a moment ago that Trump said this situation should have been prevented. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin has been briefed by emergency management and Virginia State Police. He noted first responders from across northern Virginia were those on the scene. All he had to say was, I ask everyone to pray for the passengers, crew, their families, the brave first responders, he says. Now, reports from the NBC4 affiliate there in D.C. said, crews have recovered more than a dozen bodies. According to two sources familiar with the search efforts, they say the figure's approaching 20 recovered so far.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed the Lake and Riley Act into law.
Speaking from the White House on Wednesday, the president talked about the Georgia nursing student who was murdered just over a year ago by an illegal immigrant, calling her unbelievable.
Laken Hope Riley, the vicious criminal who murdered Precious Laken, was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua.
Riley's mother, Allison Phillips, attended the signing ceremony ceremony and said she's grateful to the president.
We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Lakin.
The law allows for the detention of illegal immigrants who are accused of theft and violent crimes. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The White House is reversing an order freezing federal grants.
President Trump ordered a pause on federal aid earlier this week, which led to confusion and a judge putting a temporary stay in place. The memo caused chaos at government agencies when it appeared to jeopardize programs funding schools, housing, and health care. That memo has now been rescinded. I'm Brian Shook.
While ICE agents continue around the country, 10 Venezuelan gang members, all illegal, are indicted in New York for gun trafficking.
The more guns we get off the street, the more we're saving lives beforehand and not just prosecuting for them afterwards.
Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz at a news conference Wednesday saying that 8 Trenda Aragua members are in custody, with 2 still on the loose. 34 guns plus pink cocaine seized.
They entered the country illegally from the southern border. All 10 of these subjects are Venezuelan.
Chief of Detectives Joseph Kenny. Here's Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
The mayor has been very clear that we are going to go after criminals regardless of their immigration status.
The scope of their gun trafficking allegedly extended from New York to Texas and Colorado. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The White House says it's evaluating the effect of the new Chinese AI app on national security.
U.S. tech stocks took a tumble this week after the new Chinese app DeepSeek came out as a lower-cost AI model. On Tuesday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called it a wake-up call to the American AI industry and said the National Security Council is reviewing the app's implications. The U.S. Navy has already warned its service members to avoid using DeepSeek in any capacity due to potential security and ethical concerns. I'm Michael Kastner.
A new prototype passenger jet, the Boom Supersonic XB-1, has broken the sound barrier during a supersonic test flight.
Jack Lowe, the longest-serving pilot of the supersonic Concorde aircraft, said there are a lot of hurdles before passengers can expect a ride.
There are all sorts of technical problems to overcome, such as the noise on takeoff and landing and the sonic boom over land. There are a few markets for a supersonic airplane, and the cost of developing a supersonic business jet would just be prohibitive.
The XB-1 aircraft accelerated to over Mach 1 speed on Tuesday, while flying 35,000 feet over California's Mojave Desert. It was the first civilian aircraft to reach speeds of over 850 miles per hour since the Concorde airliner did it over 20 years ago. The CEO of Boom Supersonic praised his team for accomplishing the feat and said he hopes to bring the benefits of supersonic flight to everyone. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $3.12. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
And we welcome you back for another hour of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. As we heard in the news conference about an hour ago, both Kansas senators, Jerry Moran and Roger Marshall, are at Reagan Airport as they wait for answers. Moran said that the regional jet that was involved in this collision was flying in a route that he's all too familiar with. Has said that he had actually lobbied for that direct flight from Wichita to D.C. That he and his wife have flown that particular flight many times. Both senators say that they likely know people who were aboard at the time of the crash. Moran said, quote, "There's no question that people on this flight would be people that I know." All right. Casualty numbers, they didn't really share anything as far as that is concerned. Let's see. Senator Marshall, who is a physician, said he had not seen any ambulances leave the area or any rescuers performing CPR. And some accounts are saying that there may be no survivors. D.C. airport closed till at least 11 o'clock this morning, and that's about all we know. All right, welcome back to Brother Rambler. Thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, you're welcome, Steve, and glad to be a part of Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive, which I want to remind God's children, you can listen on Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, and go to your Google Play and your iOS App Store and download the app today. And make sure your cell phone provider, try to have free data. Unlimited data.
Right.
That way you can listen for 5 whole hours that won't cost you a dime. I wondered, Knuckle Buster, if he's out there listening, did he see what Chrissy Nome come out to the other day? We all know that President Trump comes out to God Bless America. Well, they introduced Chrissy Nome to her staff. She come out to Trace Atkins' One Hot Mama.
Really?
And you could actually, that's an actual, yeah, Steve, pull it up. It was on Twitter or X. You can pull it up and see it, and I tell you what, for a 53-year-old woman, she is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Yes, and she come out when she was introduced to One Hot Mama by Trace Atkins. So go look that up. You want to, and yes, gorgeous looking lady. Some lucky man's very, very lucky.
Yeah.
We have a lot of listeners that we don't know who listening. One of them could be the Ice Pick Bandit. He could be listening right now and just laughing at this. But I hope he realizes that a lot of truck drivers do carry. And if he's caught, he's going to be lucky that he ain't shot and killed.
Yep.
So, I would advise him to definitely turn himself in. I don't know what kind of sick, perverted things going through his mind to want to do that, because I tell you, that is very expensive, very expensive. I hope if they ever catch him, they sentence him to a restitution house. And restitution house, Steve, is where they put you to work and 70% of your wages goes to restitution to the victim's family, and they give you a little bit to live off of. Well, and it ain't much, because I think 70% goes to the victim's families. The rest of it goes mainly for your housing needs, to whichever state you're going to be sentenced in, and the rest, whatever pennies is left, goes to you. Well, Steve, I'm down here. This is crazy. Last week I'm wearing thermal underwear. This week I'm in shorts. I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. Crazy, 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 crazy. I'm like y'all. I don't miss the sweltering heat, but I don't like the freezing cold either. And God bless y'all for dealing with all the snow. I tell you, I was glad that, that my children, and they're older now, got to see it. I'm glad my Huskies, Rocky and Coda, got to see it also.
Right.
But as far as that goes, well, Steve, I come off the road thinking I will never have to see it again. But, yeah, I've had to deal with a couple of ice storms, then 9 inches of snow in my yard. Steve, we're just going to be getting ready for church this Sunday over at Determined Ministries Church. The Lord's always going to have a great message for us. And we're going to sing some of your old favorite songs, and going to try and sing and play some modern songs too that, a lot of people, they like contemporary Christian, and there's nothing wrong. I like it too. If I'm not listening to the 80s classics, I'm an 80s child all the way. I'm listening to K-Love or whatever, get my gospel music going on, So we just want you to come on, and if you ain't got nothing going on Sunday, you're by yourself, just remember at 5 o'clock Central Time, and that would be 6 o'clock Eastern Time, we go live right there on Facebook. Just go to Facebook, type up Determined Ministries Church, and we're right there. You'll see a skinny guy who's now gained a little bit of weight with the beard, and just come on and be with us. We love to have you. And as I said, God's always got a positive word for us. He really does, and we're looking forward to it. God, children, I want you all to have a great weekend out there. Before I get off here, I'm gonna lead us all in prayer real fast. We're gonna pray for the victims of this air crash. We're gonna pray for you, all our concrete brothers and our asphalt cousins out there, just to be safe and have a great weekend. Gracious Lord, Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. Lord, we pray for all the victims, everybody that's going to be affected by this horrible incident that happened in Washington, D.C. Lord, I pray for all our drivers out there, all our listeners that are going through things. Lord, you know who they are. You know what they're going through. And Father God, I ask in the name of Jesus, as a pastor of Determined Ministries Church, to let me be their advocate. And we lift them up to you, Lord, to meet their needs, whether it be finances, health, spiritual. Lord, meet the needs. Bless Steve Sommers and his family. Thank you for having Beth with us now 37 years. We know she had a birthday on the 29th. We love you, Lord. We honor you and we praise you in the name above every name, Jesus Christ. In Jesus' name we pray, amen and amen. And God's children, we love you. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And go Red Wings as we play the Oilers. Should be tomorrow night on Friday. We love you, God's children. Bye now.
Thank you so much, Brother Rambler. Have a great morning. Dateline, Boise, Idaho. Is there optimism in looking at the future of trucking? One survey gives some cause to be optimistic. The Bloomberg Truck Stop Semi-Annual Freight Broker Survey shows brokers are optimistic about this year as demand and spot rates improve significantly in the second half of 2024. Lee Klasko says most brokers believe demand, rates, and margins are poised to keep getting better. He is a senior freight transportation and logistics analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. They also anticipate that the new administration could drive load growth, while higher rates and technological advancements may continue to support margin expansion. A survey shows brokerage volume having some relief. Demand appears to have rebounded for freight brokers in the second half of last year. 55% of respondents noting that load volume rose year over year, 26 percentage points better than the first half of 2024. That led brokers to be more optimistic about volume for 2025, 77% expecting it to be up in the next 3 to 6 months. Spot rates could edge higher this year. Freight brokers are more optimistic about those spot rates. 52% of respondents expecting them to rise in the next 3 to 6 months. An 18 percentage point hike from the first half of 2024. Yeah, they do say market conditions are still tightening, with Truck Stop's market demand index up 28% on average in 2024's fourth quarter versus 23. And then margins may expand. Brokers' gross margins had a reprieve in the second half of last year. About 31% of respondents noting margin expansion, 7 percentage points better than the first half of the year, which is set to extend into this new year. About 67% expect margins to improve in the next 6 months, 30 percentage points better than the prior survey. So brokers are showing growing optimism for the year ahead, with our latest survey revealing 52% plan to expand their teams. 89% feel better equipped to combat fraud, according to the chief executive officer at Truck Stop. Truck Stop is committed to delivering solutions that empower brokers to work with speed and confidence, helping them streamline operations, fight fraud, and increase profitability. Okay, they give some other numbers there, but optimism for the future in the trucking industry. I'd say that's good.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J Truck Stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, some of the first high-resolution pictures coming in from there in the middle of the Potomac at this hour. You see the Yeah, the mangled fuselage and a wing protruding out of the water. Wow. Did we mention approximately 19 flights that were in the air near DCA at the moment of the crash? Indeed, were diverted to Dulles International. There's the Transportation Secretary just sworn in, responding to the plane copter crash. Yeah, literally a day after he was confirmed, stating, "I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy is touching everyone." The former Wisconsin congressman, a former reality television star who promised less regulation, among other goals. All right, back to the phones we go and see what's going on with Philip. I guess it's off to work we go, huh?
Yes, sir. Woke up this morning and was getting ready for work, and I looked at my phone and I saw the deal with this crash out in D.C. And I'm kind of like Ramber, you know, praying for the families and everything. Steve, in the mid to late 80s, I worked with aircraft. I worked at a flight school. I worked at the airlines. And I also worked for a company that you might know. It's called Piper Aircraft. I worked for them for almost 2 years. And when I worked with them, I learned a lot about how the investigation work is done, especially like when situations like this happen with mid-air crashes. And it's something that it goes through with a fine-tooth comb, so to speak. And there's going to be a lot of things put into place. I'm pretty sure the NTSB is already starting to get their stuff together so they can start their investigation. So the first thing they got to do is we're going to go out there and get everybody out. Then they'll start the recovery after that and salvage. And it's tough. It's tough business. I mean, this is the sad reality of the other side of the picture that we see when we step onto an airplane and fly. And we have to entrust a lot of things to a lot of people, especially your life. And it's part of the deal when you want to go fly on an aircraft, whether you're in the military or whether you're in a civilian. You know, it's just part of the thing. They'll be pulling all the data recorders out, the flight recorders. The flight recorder records the crew and what goes on with them as far as their transmissions with the towers and air traffic control. And then they also have an in-cabin microphone that records what was going on actually in the cabin as well. The flight data recorder is hooked into the computer in the airplane. It'll record all the data, that the attitude the airplane was in, what was it doing, you know, how were the engines running, all the performance stuff on the aircraft and how everything was going. And then there's another computer that's in there that actually is the secondary one that's not hooked to the computer, that is actually seeing all that in real time, what's going on, and documenting it as well. Those are what you'll hear the term black boxes that they bring out. And NTSB, when they do these investigations, they meet the manufacturer of the aircraft, they meet with the people who own the aircraft, and they go through all the preliminary investigation with that. And each person in the NTSB has a different job, just like anything else. They do forensics. All the people who are injured will be, you know, all their stuff will be investigated. It depends. It's a big thing, Steve, when you see an aircraft in crash. Did you remember the 1982 crash there, Flight 90, Steve, in Potomac?
Trying to recall 82. That one doesn't really ring a bell.
That was a 737. That was a 737 that crashed into a bridge there on the Potomac, going to the same airport, killed a bunch of people. And what was funny is when I was kind of looking at this morning before I left, they actually had a train crash the same day that killed some folks in D.C. at a metro station. It was a crazy day on that one. But this airport has had issues. It's one of those things, and I mean, there's certain airports that have issues when you're coming in. The first one that was documented at this airport was in 1949. It was a P-38 Lightning World War II aircraft that ran into a DC-4 Eastern Airlines aircraft, another mid-air condition. So, you know, and that was before they had the air traffic control that we have nowadays. And but all these big airports, when you bring in the flights the amount they do, you're looking at your chances go up the more airplanes you shove in there. And it's, you look at O'Hare, you look at, you know, Denver, all of them, LA, is big airports. Case in point, down here, Orlando, OIA, a lot of flights coming in and out that your statistics go through the roof.
How are
your feelings about the flight there?
Some of the coverage I was watching earlier, Philip, they were sharing just how busy this particular airport is, the number of flights on a daily basis, that a number of pilots, they say, complain that I guess the separation distance between one versus the next coming in, going out, is very, very short, and the complaining that they need to have more separation between planes. They said this is the busiest runway. I mean, more flights in and out than even LAX in Los Angeles.
Yes, it's a busy airport, and what they mean by separation, guys, when the planes come in, they're put into a pattern, and they're circling, and the separation is the distance between each plane. And you want enough separation to where an airplane can land, it can get on the taxiway, and then you can have the next plane. You'll hear the term on final. And what means on final is when the airplane's on its final approach. So I know you're hitting the news here, Steve. Do you want me to hold over?
We can do that. You got about a minute before news break. Yeah, the flight separate. I mean, I live in the flight path for CVG Airport. And some nights are much busier than others. A lot of Amazon flights. I guess certain nights, when the Amazons, it seems like there's maybe like a 3-minute separation between, you have one after another. Some nights for hours and hours. It'll just be one after. This particular airport, they were saying that, when there was a flight, you could see in the video footage that caught this on camera, there was a flight that had just come off the runway, and it was headed outbound. You kind of like headed toward the camera, and you see that it would have literally been like, a minute later? Something like that. This particular plane would have been coming into the airport, but kind of like a tight pattern. Very difficult airport to get in and out of, apparently, according to a number of pilots. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, back with more after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Texas state troopers are warning that a border shooting this week is likely just the start of more violence. Lieutenant Chris Alvarez says the Mexican cartels are pushing back against the administration's tough new border security measures.
It's to try to get them out of a certain area so they can smuggle people that don't want to be caught or smuggle drugs.
Alvarez says the cartels are desperate to maintain control of their smuggling routes.
And we've seen that throughout the years, that the cartels use that type of tactic towards law enforcement or even towards our military.
The Mexican cartels are now identified as an international terrorist organization. A man accused of attempted murder of a police officer is on the run after escaping from a North Carolina jail. Authorities say John Matthew Nye escaped through the ventilation system of a Craven County jail earlier this week. Police say he should be considered armed and dangerous. Craven County is near the south end of the Outer Banks, North Carolina. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they joined MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this. Up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Coming up, we'll get to some other industry updates from the past day. A little bit of a discussion about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s nomination hearing, confirmation hearing, that would be. Nominated to head the Department of Health and Human Services. I had an opportunity to tune into some of that this past morning. I personally, I don't have a real good feeling about Robert F. Kennedy getting confirmation. And I'm not alone. Some are saying that it was a pretty rough performance. And he may not even get out of the committee to even go to the full Senate for a vote. Well, again, give you more on that coming up here. All right, Philip, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, no problems, buddy. Yeah, when they run those patterns around an airport, the more aircraft you have, you basically start a second pattern, and if you go to O'Hare Airport, they land 2 planes at one time, Steve. So you got 2 of them coming in simultaneously.
Side by side, yes, I've seen that before.
At the same time in the
yeah.
So, I mean, it's one of those things that, think about this, Steve. Every time you get on an airplane, right, and they push you out of the gate, the pilot talks to a controller that takes you out to the runway. Okay, then he tells you to go on the end of the runway, and then another controller in the tower takes and tells the pilot to take off, when to take off, and what to pay attention to. And those controllers are basically, they're your eyes. They're telling you, hey, this plane's going to be here, that's going to be here, everything is placement. And when you take off, after you take off and you establish and you go out of the pattern, once you get out of the pattern, then the tower hands you off to another controller that puts you into your flight path and where you're going. And they file their orders. That's the way it is. They file a flight plan, and that says we're going to go from point A to point B. Now, the pilots also get with controllers before they actually move the airplane to get everything right in their computers on the airplanes. So all the coordinates and everything is programmed in the computer while the airplane is sitting at the gate and getting ready to go. And the flight plan, when it's filed, it's golden. You have to go. You know what I mean? If you have a delay, you report it to the controller on the ground. If you have something going on with the airplane, you're talking to the controller. The controller is also telling you what's going on around you. Think about all the decisions that a controller had to make during 9/11. Those controllers, there's a reason why they have the problems that they've had in the past with controllers, because it is a very mental stressing job when you're controlling all those flights and the amount of people that are on them. It's it's stressful. It's very stressful. But it's the sad reality of aviation. It's something that, it's just like trucking. When you have a crash out here on the interstate, it's the same thing. It's the sad reality of the other side of the story, it's a lot of that stuff. I know a lot of people, they don't like hearing all that kind of stuff, but it's what we got to deal with, and those people's families deserve that, if any of their folks passed away, they deserve that level of, we got to figure out what's going on, what happened. I just feel for those folks. I'm not sure about, I know the Black Hawk, did they know where the Black Hawk was from, Steve?
Yes, and it was not the base that was right across the river. I forget the name of the base that was over in Virginia.
Now, there's something that a lot of folks don't understand about aviation as well, dealing with the government. They have their own side of the controller set up too. So some of those military aircraft, they're talking to the regular controllers like the other airplanes, but they're also talking to their military controllers. You just don't talk to Air Force One here and there. I mean, the regular controllers, they know Air Force One and what's going on with it. But once it gets into a pattern, it's got its own thing going on. And that's for security. In the same way with the military. And once those military airplanes are up there, they have their own thing going on. And there's a lot more to it than with that, even if it's training. So And it can happen where something can be put into the same airspace as a regular, regular general aviation flight. So it's a lot of, there's a big process that a lot of people are going to be going through with this deal.
Yeah.
And I feel for the families, I really do. But when I was at Piper, our airplanes were small. We had nothing huge, but I seen a mid-air crash. What happened after one at an unmanned airport, where a small general aviation airplane hit one of the local flight schools, one of their airplanes, and their student perished, and then the pilot in the general aviation plane, he perished too. And it was a separation situation, like you said. Most mid-air collisions are around separation of aircraft. They are flying too close together, or they don't recognize they're in the pattern with the same airplane, and that's what happens. I mean, how many times, Steve, have we seen on the news here lately about airplanes getting clipped that are on the ground? We've had a bunch of that in the last year, where airplanes have just taxiing around and hit each other. That happens. When you put as many airplanes as you think about the amount of flights a day that just come out of Cincinnati, and you guys are like a medium-based airport. You're not even up to like what O'Hare, what LaGuardia, LAX. I mean, it's a tap dance you got to be really careful with. I'm telling you so. But it's sad to hear this stuff, and I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I always look at these stuff. I worked with the planes as well. And I've always been interested in aviation. I've been interested in the investigations. There's a lot of flights that I've studied over the years. Before I was in aviation and when I got into it. But I was only in for it for a few years, and then I got into trucking. I got out of aviation because of layoffs. Our aircraft factory went through layoffs, and I got sick of that, and I needed steady income. So then I got into trucking. And I make good money there too, but it is what it is, and I hope everybody keeps an eye on things like that. So y'all have a good one, Steve. I appreciate you having me.
All righty. Thank you much, Philip. Yeah, the helicopter was on a training flight, according to military officials. We can confirm the aircraft involved in tonight's incident was an Army UH-60 helicopter from Bravo Company, 12th Aviation Battalion, out of Davison Army Airfield, Fort Belvoir, on a training flight. Said the military is working with local officials to provide more details. Now, I did hear one blurb that there were, quote, no VIPs aboard that particular flight. These helicopters, from what I'm hearing, oftentimes are used to shuttle VIPs from one locale to another. So we'll see if that holds true as well. You're going to always see a lot of disinformation, misinformation, people making assumptions that may or may not be true until you get the official word. Who knows? Who may have been on that plane headed into D.C., right? Could be VIPs. All right, see what Eagle has on his mind this morning. What's going on, Eagle?
Well, I'm gonna say this, Steve. I'm gonna say this because I know you got your opinion. I know the previous caller has his opinion, who has no aviation experience. But I'm gonna say this, Steve. You might not agree with what I'm gonna say. We've had this discussion before about these type of incidents. I have my opinion, and other people have theirs. I'm gonna go all the way back to earlier this year, up in when we had the ship crash into the bridge, and everybody seems to think that was a mistake, even though he made a direct U-turn with the engines going full blast. But It was a mistake, right? Okay, so now we go to tonight. We go to the night. I'm using my 2 eyes. Like I said, you got your eyes, Steve. Your previous caller has his eyes. I'm going by what my eyes tell me. I saw the video. The helicopter, as a matter of fact, you can go to what Donald Trump said, and Donald Trump is saying exactly what I'm saying right now. That you can clearly see that the airplane is lit up, lights going, everything. Helicopter, you can see the helicopter coming, does not try to divert its path whatsoever, flies directly into that plane. These are professional pilots, Steve. This is not no amateur. This is a military pilot that's flying that helicopter. It's not some guy off the street. This guy, no telling how many years experience this guy had. And you mean to tell me that this guy didn't see them lights of that plane sitting there and run directly into him? Now, like I said, everybody has their opinion. I got mine. But to me, it seems as though this was done on purpose, and it was done for a reason. Like I said, I'm going about, you could take Donald Trump's words. He's saying exactly what I'm saying, that this accident shouldn't have happened, that pilot on that helicopter should have seen that plane with them lights on tonight. As simple as that. Like I said, we'll never know the truth because everybody involved is dead. Maybe we can get some the black boxes from the helicopter or the airplane to maybe get some further details. But I'm going by what I see. Like I said before, everybody has an opinion, and I got mine.
Right.
I'm moving on to a different subject. Now, I want to talk about this other deal with Guantanamo Bay and the illegal aliens. Let's talk about this. First of all, Donald Trump should not try to put these individuals in Guantanamo Bay. He said his objective was to get these people out of the country. This is just going to cost the U.S. more money to open up this facility and to house and to clothe and to feed these people. That is not the responsibility of the American taxpayer. These people came into the U.S. illegally. Donald Trump's job is to get these people out of the country or flight out of the country back to where they come from and let their country provide for their well-being, their food, or whatever the hell else they need. But it's not, the taxpayers of America should not have to take care of these individuals. As simple as that. Guantanamo Bay or any other location in America should not be used to house these people, Steve. It makes no sense to round these people up.
I don't know if you got. I don't know if you got to
put them in a jail in the U.S.
Let me give you the full scoop there, Eagle. He's not talking about putting them in there to stay. He wants to use Guantanamo as kind of like a staging area. Get them out of the country, put them there till we can get them on a flight to the country of origin. So it's just going to be like get them out of here now, and then just stop off over there until we can get them back to their country. We're not going to put them in there and hold them for years.
Yeah, that's okay. Then if that's the case, then that's no problem. If he wants to take them there and get the proper documentation to find out who the hell these people are,
right,
and then move them to another location, or it could be a situation like this. If these people are kicked out of the country and they decide they want to come back, then you put them in a permanent detention facility in the United States, since it's obvious that their country is not going to keep them, stop them from trying to get back into the U.S. Maybe they have to do something like that. Now, I want to go back to what I said last night, Steve, because I overheard you talking to Pappy about it. You heard about what I said after I talked to you about the situation where Trump said that American repeat offenders would be placed into another country due to because Donald Trump is tired of dealing with them, and I'm tired of dealing with them too. And I have no problem whatsoever if Donald Trump. I know it's going to be, but it probably wouldn't go through because we have a Congress that won't do the right thing for some reason. But that would be a good idea because the prison system, like Pappy said, like he said, you got people that's 35 years old and been arrested 40 times more than they've been alive. It makes no sense. It's just like a revolving door. And a lot of prisoners, like they say, before they even put the paperwork in the judge's hand and got back on the streets again. It makes no sense to arrest these people just to have them back out on the streets a couple of days later. So it's obvious, and the criminals know the same thing, Steve. So it's obvious that something else needs to be done. And if Trump can work out a deal to get these people out of the country, I have no problem whatsoever. Because see, Steve, we gotta start making this country we gotta start making this place a place where people can be proud of, like it used to be, where people actually are proud to be in the U.S. You got people that don't appreciate it. You got people right now, Steve, that are crying and moaning and groaning on TikTok and all these social medias talking about that Trump is a villain by wanting to take away their food stamps and welfare. And just like they can go out and get a job. No, Trump is not a villain for doing that. Nobody owes you nothing. If you want food, if you want a roof over your head, you need to have the obligation to go out and work, just like I do and all your other listeners do. Nobody owes these people nothing. I don't feel sorry for these people. The people I feel sorry for are the kids that had to come into this world for a lazy, no good parent. Those are the ones I feel bad for, because they have to go to bed hungry because their mom or dad is too lazy to go out and get a job. I don't feel sorry for the parent, and Donald Trump doesn't feel sorry for him either. So hopefully Donald Trump will get this reforms and these different deals passed to get these people off of welfare, because we can save a whole lot of money, Steve. There's a whole lot of people. How many times have you been to the grocery store line and you see a guy using welfare and food stamps, and he walks out to the parking lot and opens up the trunk of a Cadillac or a Mercedes-Benz or some kind of expensive SUV, and he's using welfare? It appears to me that this guy doesn't need welfare if he's driving a Mercedes-Benz. So it's obvious that these people are taking advantage of the government and of people like me and you, and they're basically stealing money, and that's what they're doing, and it needs to come to a stop. And anybody who thinks that Donald Trump is wrong for doing that, you're incorrect, because it's theft of the United States government funds when you use welfare and you don't need it. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. He mentioned Guantanamo. I hadn't got around to that yet. But yeah, Trump, I guess it's another executive order, told his deputies to reopen Guantanamo to house 30,000 migrants pending their full deportation. Stating, today I'm signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it. We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust their home countries to hold them, because we don't want them coming back. So we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. Now, this will double our capacity immediately. It's a tough place to get out of, he said. This brings us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of migrant crime in our communities once and for all. And it was just an unforced error that we even have to be doing this. Now we need Congress to provide full funding for the complete, total restoration of our sovereign borders, as well as financial support to remove the record numbers of illegal aliens. The likely purpose is to provide a zone where migrants can be housed until they can be flown back to their home countries. They say Trump spoke in a flat, undramatic tone, likely to kind of muffle the Democrat claims that he hates migrants. Right now, Trump's deputies are deporting slightly more than 1,000 migrants each day. But, of course, the illegal migrant population is at least 13 million, and 2 million of which have committed crimes or have already been ordered home by judges. 2 million. And that's who they're going after first. What was the headline here? Immigration and Customs Enforcement says, a week into Trump's second presidency, his efforts to crack down on illegal immigration, federal officials operating with a new sense of mission. A dozen officers from ICE gathered before dawn Monday in a Maryland parking lot, then fanned out to the Washington suburbs to find their targets. Someone wanted in El Salvador for homicide. Another convicted of armed robbery. A migrant found guilty of possessing child sexual abuse material. Another with drug and gun convictions, all in the country illegally. The worst go first, according to the director of ICE's Baltimore field office. The worst go first. The Associated Press accompanied the officers, who offered a glimpse of how their work has changed under a White House intent on deporting large numbers of immigrants living here without permission. Elliston says people considered public safety and national security threats are still their top priority. This is no different from the Biden administration, but a big change has already taken hold. Under Trump, officers can now arrest people without legal status if they run across them while looking for others that are targeted for removal. Under Joe Biden, these collateral assets, as we refer to them, were banned. If you came across an illegal while you were looking for someone else, you had to let them go. We are looking for those public safety, national security cases. The big difference is now nobody has a free pass anymore. Now, the number of what they call collateral assets is kind of fluctuated. By the end of Monday across Maryland, ICE had arrested 13. Of those, 9 were actual targets, and the other 4 were people ICE came across during the course of the morning. Of those collaterals, 1 had an aggravated theft conviction, another had already been deported twice, and 2 others had already received final orders of removal from a judge. Get them out. So they highlighted the participation of other agencies, including the FBI, Drug Enforcement Administration, the BATF, and the Department of Justice. It's a work in progress, but the worst go first. That was the headline. All right, 844-844-3388. That's our number. We're going to take care of a news break, see what we can get the very latest this Thursday morning, and we'll return. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he isn't anti-vaccine, but rather pro-safety. President Trump's pick to lead the Department of Health and Human Services is on Capitol Hill today for his first of two confirmation hearings. RFK Jr. on Title X within the department.
I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy. I agree with him that we cannot be a moral nation if we have 1.2 million abortions a year. I agree with him that the states should control abortion. President Trump has told me that he wants to end late-term abortions, and he wants to protect conscious exemptions, and that he wants to end federal funding for abortions here or abroad. That's Title X. I serve at the pleasure of the president.
Texas state troopers are warning that a border shooting this week is likely just the start of more violence. Lieutenant Chris Alvarez says the Mexican cartels are pushing back against the administration's tough new border security measures.
It's to try to get them out of a certain area so they can smuggle people that don't want to be caught or smuggle drugs.
Alvarez says the cartels are desperate to maintain control of their smuggling routes.
And we've seen that throughout the years that the cartels use that type of tactic towards law enforcement or even towards our military.
The Mexican cartels are now identified as an international terrorist organization. A man accused of attempted murder of a police officer is on the run after escaping from a North Carolina jail. Authorities say John Matthew Nye escaped through the ventilation system of a Craven County jail earlier this week. His cellmates allegedly helped him escape and then covered for him by stuffing a mattress to make it appear he was asleep. Police say he should be considered armed and dangerous. Craven County is near the south end of the Outer Banks, North Carolina. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join Medi-Share. It's a good question. Medi-Share members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of Medi-Share members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this. Up to $500 a month with Medi-Share. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hamas is planning to release 3 Israeli hostages tomorrow. This is a part of Phase 1 of the ceasefire and hostage deal, with 2 rounds of releases already taking place. 5 Thai nationals will also be freed as part of the exchange. On Monday, Israeli government spokesperson David Mencer said 8 of the remaining Israeli hostages that are set to be released are dead. Israel is releasing around 2,000 Palestinian protesters as part of Phase 1. Some Lay's potato chips are being recalled. The Food and Drug Administration bumped the recall of certain bags of Lay's potato chips in Oregon and Washington State to Class 1 status. The update means the agency found they could cause death. Frito-Lay recalled a limited number of 13-ounce Lay's classic potato chips in December due to milk not being on the label but being in the chips. Buckingham Palace is confirming Princess Beatrice has given birth to her second child. Athena was born several weeks premature, but the royal family said she is healthy and doing well. The new baby is the grandchild of Prince Andrew, the Duke of York. She's 11th in line for the throne. A Philadelphia Eagles fan is dead after falling from a light pole while celebrating the team's NFC Championship victory on Sunday. 18-year-old Temple University student Tyler Sabapathy fell, hitting his head on the concrete sidewalk. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medishare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we get another hour underway, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Word comes down that, I guess, confirmation. U.S. Figure Skating issued a statement confirming several members, including athletes, coaches, and family members, were aboard the American Airlines jet. U.S. Figure Skating can confirm we're sadly, several members of our skating community were aboard American Airlines Flight 5342. They added that they were returning home from the National Development Camp held in conjunction with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships, which were taking place in Wichita, Kansas, where that flight originated from. We are devastated by this unspeakable tragedy and hold the victims' families closely in our hearts. Statement from U.S. Figure Skating. The kind of things we'll be learning more about here in the coming hours. Hey, let me get to Pappy. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve?
Very interesting,
everybody,
interesting night, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Like Philip said, we all can make assumptions and have opinions and whatnot. So, Steve, I just figured I'll float right out there for you, buddy. Really not a laughing matter, but Steve, listen, I'm no expert, but listen, man, I got many hundreds of hours flying in a helicopter with the sheriff's office. I mean, you know the sheriff's office. We had 2 helicopters.
Yeah, sure.
Recently just got rid of them, to purchase all these drones. They had 2 full-time pilots, but they didn't, well, at one point, they did have full-time observers, right? But probably for 15 years, Steve, they didn't have no full-time observers. They just had a handful of us they picked to go up and be an observer with the pilots. And I was fortunate enough to be one of them. I don't know how many hours, Steve, hundreds of hours up in the helicopter, daylight and night. So I can kind of give a little insight. And the helicopter is a lot different than an airplane, right? Steve, at nighttime, things really, really change when you're up there in that thing. When you're away from the city, and you're maybe out in the suburbs, it's not as difficult. But when you get down in the city area, and especially around airports, which I've been at CVG, Lunkin. I think I told you about the one time I had the pleasure of escorting George H. Bush, his motorcade, doing the CVG, and had the escort flying in there and flying the motorcade down into Cincinnati. Was pretty cool. But anyway, Steve, it is really hard to pick out objects in the sky, man, at nighttime. And, and I heard Eagle, mention that there's no way he didn't see that, thinking that this was a purposely done, which, Steve, it may have been.
Could be.
Not saying Eagle's wrong here, but it's not what you think is the point I'm trying to make here. And one thing that stuck out to me tonight when they mentioned that this military helicopter was flying at line of sight.
Correct.
Which means that's how we were flying, right? We didn't have the instrumentation, to pick up other aircraft around us, right? So we were constantly looking for other aircraft. And another thing they said is, pretty sure they said, Steve, that impact is at 375 feet.
And this copter was supposed to stay
low.
That was I thought they said that the chopper was supposed to be at 200 or less.
Yeah. I don't know. What the military's kind of flight patterns are. That seems a little low to me, Steve, especially in that area. We used to fly, when we would go up, we would get up about 500 feet. That's high enough to clear any kind of cell towers.
Right.
There's going to be no cell towers or anything else above, at that limit. So that's a safe altitude to be at. But like I said, when you start getting in towards the airports and you got an aircraft that's several hundred feet above you and you're below it, and Steve, I'm telling you, they are hard to see. And if you got an aircraft below you, right, and it's not directly in front of you, it's off to the side or something, I'm telling you, these things are hard to pick up. And yes, these guys are professionals, and I'm just giving you my little training from what I've had. But the key thing is they said they were flying line of sight.
Yes.
Which means they didn't probably have any of their responders on. And why not? Reagan Airport is equipped with the state-of-the-art, Steve, state-of-the-art tracking. They don't even use radar too. Well, they use it, but there's another system. Dang on it, I can't remember the name of it. Radar picks things up. There's a little lag in between the two. This new system tells you exactly where everything's at in exact moments, and everybody knows where exactly everybody's at. So this kind of boggles my mind a little bit how the only thing I can think of is this military was flying with everything off, except his lights. He had no responders on, therefore the tower at Reagan was not picking him up.
Well, there's audio from the tower where I guess the tower was questioning the helicopter. Do you see the plane? And he got an affirmative answer, like yes. Was he looking at the wrong plane? Because there was the one that had just taken off.
Yeah, Steve, that's the thing. I'm telling you, it's so you can, I mean, these guys are, listen, they are extreme professionals. You know, one other thing is that aircraft that was coming in, like Philip was talking about, their approaches and stuff. That aircraft was on autopilot.
Correct.
That pilot wasn't flying that plane yet. So, and I mean, at the video they showed, it's so far away, you know, but it appeared to me that the airliner was coming in, starting to make its final approach, and it looked like to me he just started to bank and turn right towards the airport. Now he's probably descending at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the helicopter pilot just didn't see him. If the helicopter pilot's maintaining his steady altitude, and you got this other aircraft coming out from the left side, you know, from left to right, overhead, coming down and starting to bank, man, it's just an unfortunate situation. Now, here's another thing you might be hearing within the next few days. Steve, the runways at Reagan are very short. And there's been a lot of talk about trying to get Reagan shut down because of these runways. You know, a lot of pilots been coming out and talking about it with the increased air activity over these years. And believe it or not, Congress didn't want to hear it. And the reason they didn't want to hear it, Steve, because you set foot out of that terminal, you're in downtown D.C., man. You hop in a cab, you can be in the White House in 10 minutes, 5 minutes. You can literally see the Washington Monument.
Yeah, you're seeing that in the background with these views we're seeing this morning.
Yeah, and like Philip was talking about these flight patterns, right? As a result of these shortened runways, these flight patterns coming into Reagan are different. They're not the same. Steve, if I just had to, you know, make a guess at this particular point in time where we're at right now, I'm going to say this is the military's pilot's fault. I don't think it had anything to do with it. You know, opinions are like, you know what we say, the magic sentence. That's what opinions are like.
Yeah.
Everybody's got one. So I don't know. I'm just saying, you know. But, man, did you see the amount of drones that were up? That's why they shut this airport down. I don't know if anybody picked them up. I kept scanning the river trying to figure out, all right, where's the wreckage at, right? There was one spot where they showed probably 5 boats, rescue boats, obviously with their lights on. And it was hard to pick up, but I picked it up. There were 2 drones flying. These rescue boats were like in a circle, and they had a buoy out too, right there. And there was 2 drones flying in the center of that circle where these rescue boats were with their lights on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's where part of either the helicopter, I don't know if the plane split in 2, but there was some wreckage there. And that's what they were doing. They were cordoning off that particular part of that wreckage that was on the water. Now, whether they had divers in the water already, trying to get down there to see if they could do anything, I would assume if they found the wreckage, they probably did have divers in the water.
Mm-hmm.
All speculation, but I mean, it appeared to me that they located, you know, some of the wreckage, and they, like Philip said, though, man, he's talking about it's going to be a big investigation here. It's going to take time. First thing is search and rescue. you know, and then salvage and then try to put all the pieces together. It's going to take some time. But thank God we got a new administration in here. We got a new transportation secretary, not an Indiana mayor with experience. So it'll take a while, but it'll come out. It'll probably be 6 months before we get the final okey-dokey on what happened there.
You know, I mean, they never want to. Right now they're still trying to say, well, we're in rescue and recovery mode. They don't want to drop the rescue because they always like to say, is it possible? Is it possible? Yeah, I think technically right now it's really just recovery mode. Sylvester?
Hey, brother. Sorry, I just had a chip. I just got home. I sat down on my lunch break. I usually go onto like the news sites and that kind of stuff. But I got a message saying, hey, pray for Steve, not you. Not sure what flight he was on.
Yeah.
But he flew from Kansas City, flying from Kansas City to Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, what are you talking about? And I looked, and I saw what had happened. He did not fly into Reagan. He flew into BWI.
Okay.
So BWI is the Baltimore, Washington. That's the big one. Then Dulles is next. And then Reagan, which they've been trying to shut down since the 90s, was there as well. But Congress doesn't want to shut it down. And the reason being is because it, like Pappy was saying, it's just so convenient. Now, I've flown into BWI, have never flown into Reagan, mainly because it's evidently a bit of a ride getting in there. You have to drop pretty quickly to get in there. Now, my background is U.S. Navy. I was a naval air crewman. I flew in P-3s. And when you're descending, you don't have a lot of visibility. Your visibility is your forward two quadrants, right? You have no clue what's going on behind you, and you definitely don't know what's going on underneath you. Now, the saying that this aircraft was on autopilot, that's normal. They usually don't break the autopilot until just before the landing. You'll find, I'll give you an example. So I was on a 747 flying into LA one time out of Australia. And as he was coming down, he flared like you normally would right at just as your landing gear is about to touch down. But he was probably, 20 feet too high. And he put it down, just like boom, dropped it. And you felt it, right? What causes that is when your altimeter isn't matching what your actual altitude is. And that can happen if you don't set it properly when you take off. Or if you go to an anomaly, and I can't remember what it's called, because the altimeters are set years ago were by barometric pressure. In other words, the higher the density of the air, the closer to the ground you are. Now, that was like the old way to do it. Now, I'm wondering if this Black Hawk thought he was at 400 feet. Or, I'm sorry, thought he was at 200 feet, not 350 feet. And I'm not going to jump to conclusions, and I really recommend people just don't do that. It sounds bad.
Right.
And let me tell you, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the NTSB as they investigate. We will find out what happened. If we're going to walk around thinking that Humpty Dumpty was pushed all the time when something like this goes on, I hate to see what kind of headspace people are in if they go around believing this. I think that it's a bad thing. It's horrible. I'm thankful that I mean, what do they say? 60 passengers, 4 crew on the
yes,
on the aircraft. Is
yes.
that what they're still saying?
Yes.
So, I mean, think about how it would have been if it was a bigger. Is it a bombardier? Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
If it was a different aircraft, I'd like to know more. But I haven't had a chance to look it up because I was at work. But I'd like to know more about the aircraft. I'm familiar with them, but not familiar with this particular one. How old it is? What updates or upgrades it had? The one that happened in, was it 92 or 93 coming out of Reagan when that plane went down into the water? That was on takeoff, wasn't it, Steve? And wasn't it because of icing? Wasn't the last one, or that one at Reagan that made the news and all that?
Well, the Sullenberg, wasn't it? Yeah, when that was I think they had a bird strike.
No,
not that one. Okay,
not that one. No, the one at Reagan, not the one coming out of JFK. I'm sorry, that was LaGuardia, wasn't it? But anyway, no. In '93, the one that was taking off and it went into the Potomac. I'm pretty sure that was caused by icing. Now, when we find out what happened here with this one, there's not been a lot of talk about the military aircraft, but that's horrible to think that this crew and these passengers have passed like this. That wasn't all I wanted to call about, though. The whole thing about Gitmo. First off, Gitmo is not in the United States. As soon as they move, these people off of American soil, even though that's not sovereign American soil, the U.S. can do a lot more with them too. As far as waiting for some country to take them, I don't know how that's going to work. Some countries are just not wanting to take them. So as long as they don't speak Spanish, I think we should be directing them out the gate and let the Cubans take care of them. What do you think about that, Steve?
Okay.
Put them in a Cuban jail?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, see how they deal with illegals, right? See if the media starts going on about how horrible and cruel it is the way they're being treated by the police down there, la policía. Hey, look, what's your weather been like today, the last couple of days?
Yeah, partly cloudy. We're 25 degrees this morning.
Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, big warm up. Yeah, right now it is. What is it now? 24 degrees. Oh, wait a minute. That's Celsius, isn't it? So was that 85, I think? About 80, 85, something like that. But, dude, it's been raining for, the last week. And my grass is growing. I need somebody to mow my lawn. You know anybody that'll come over here and mow my lawn, man?
Oh, where's my dynamite?
Talk to you later, buddy.
Exactly. He's trying to push my buttons. Where's the dynamite? All right. Supposedly they did release some audio from the air traffic control tower. It captures the moment when they saw the plane and helicopter crash. I guess in that audio, there was a collision on approach into 33. You can hear somebody saying, "We're going to be shutting down operations for the indefinite future," was the response. Let's see. There was a call for American, and you can't understand what they're saying. And you hear, oh my. And then you hear, tower, did you see that? Yeah, things happen so quick. Back to the calls after this. Get a news update. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Got a Thursday coming on Friday Eve, weekend just around the corner. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. An American Airlines flight from Wichita crashed into the Potomac River near Ronald Reagan National Airport in D.C. after it collided midair with a Sikorsky H-60 military helicopter while approaching the airport. Senator Ted Cruz posted on X, quote, "While we don't know how many on board were lost, we do know that there were fatalities," close quote. It's currently unclear when flights will resume. The FBI says there is no indication of any criminality or terrorism. The reading skills of American students seem to be getting worse.
According to last year's National Assessment of Educational Progress, 33% of 8th graders have below basic reading skills. That's the largest percentage in the exam's history. Meanwhile, the number of 4th graders with below basic skills reached 40%. The data frustrates educators hoping to see American students bounce back from learning loss caused by the COVID pandemic. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to Roki. Kind of shares a link to the video. They've been playing that over and over and over again. It was caught on camera. Yeah, when you see the video, you can't help but wonder, what was the chopper pilot doing? As Pappy said, though, what was he seeing or what wasn't? Was he not seeing? It's hard to imagine not being able to see that, but again, a lot of speculation. Meanwhile, Knucklebuster back on board. Welcome back.
Thanks, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't the airplanes and helicopters have collision warning systems on it?
In most cases, I heard one commentator saying that they turn them off sometimes. There's so much air traffic, coming in and out of this. They said that if you had it on, the beeper would be going off constantly because there's planes everywhere.
Oh, I understand that. Well, my truck's got that automatic braking system on it. It don't bother me because it only works if you got your cruise on, right?
Yeah.
When I started driving, they didn't have cruise control on big trucks. I just drive with my foot anyway there, right? Excuse me. Well, let me get this out of the way there. I want to thank OIDA for advertising on Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show. Wait a minute, I didn't say that out loud, did I? Oh, yeah, I'm just kidding. And then I see on the news there, them inbred cousins on the other side of the pond there, Steve. They've given the world another blow. Imagine that. Well, you ready for some money?
Oh, you giving out money?
Some commercials for the Super Bowl have sold for over $8 million. See? Dang. That's a lot of money spent just to get up off that couch and go in there and get you a bag of Doritos or go get some Taco Bell delivered, right?
Well, they do it every year. I guess they say it's the value, the number of eyeballs reached, and they look at the numbers and say, all right, if we're going to get this many million people to see this 30 seconds, they're willing to pay it.
Yeah, more power to them, man. You know what Andy Reid and I think I can get his name right, Nick Sirianni, have in common?
What's that?
The Eagles wanted them both fired. They kept firing Andy back in 2012 when that was his final season coaching the Philadelphia Dodo Birds there. Well, I got some totally useless information for you, Steve. The longest word in the English language has 189,819 letters and takes 3 hours to pronounce. Well, that you can start on that at the start of a Monday and finish up and almost be done for the day, right, on Monday.
What the hell does the word mean?
Well, it's they shortened it to Titin, Titin. It means it's something to do with your muscular to protein that maintains muscular passive elasticity.
Okay.
I'll just stick with anti-disestablishmentarianism, which is, you define that as against the established way. Did you know cows can only see 360 degrees? around them. They can only see about 300 degrees. They just can't see or kiss their backside, see?
There you go.
This man built an omnidirectional motorcycle with the same type of wheels that they clowns walk on. That's what he used for wheels. I don't know. I don't think I'd want to ride on that thing there. And this guy here, he must either be a dumbass or a brave soul one. See, he's got a pair of glider wings hooked to a riding lawnmower, and he drives it off of the Swiss Alps over there and paraglides on his there. That boy got more gonads than what I got. See,
he said, "Here, hold my beer."
We'll talk. Yeah, absolutely there. Well, I'll tell you in that loneliest hour because we're almost getting there anyway.
All righty. Yep, we're about, 20 minutes away from news break, final hour. He mentioned Super Bowl. Okay, reports emerging Wednesday that at least 10 commercials set for broadcast on Fox during the Super Bowl have sold for $8 million. The Murdoch family said that commercials had been sold at record pricing and that the numbers increased rapidly as the availability went down. ESPN reports Super Bowl ads normally increase by about $100,000 every year, but this year the increase was at about $500,000. What was unique to the Super Bowl or this marketplace was we have a lot more people that weren't in the game at all of a sudden be like, no, I've got to get in the game, according to Fox Sports. The Wrap told by one source that 30-second spots for Fox's pregame coverage have gone for as much as $4.5 million versus $2 million in the past. 30-second ads for post-game coverage might go for about $4 million compared to $2.5 or $3 million in the past. Let's see. Ads sold for $8 million. Yeah, despite the prices not at the peak. Said if I learned anything, we are in a period now where the live sporting event, where people and families come together to watch, is that much more coveted. There's an escalation in price and interest in the demand for live sports, but we have not reached the peak. We've still got a runway for growth. Now, it's reported 123.7 million people watched the Super Bowl last year, and over 115 million viewers watched the last time the event aired on Fox back in 2023. On that occasion, the network generated about $600 million in advertising revenue. Wow. So Sunday, February 9, 6:30 p.m. Eastern at the legendary Caesars Superdome in New Orleans. The 59th Super Bowl. All right, mentioned RFK's confirmation hearing, day number 1 yesterday. And I was telling the wife, I said, I don't think he's doing too good here. He was getting slaughtered by the Democrats, especially. John Fetterman, of course, he is a Democrat from Pennsylvania, who was supposedly looking to vote for RFK in the confirmation. He says he is in serious trouble after this confirmation hearing yesterday. John says, I don't think it went well for him today. I don't think that was a good one. Fetterman said after the bruising hearing, he thinks Kennedy's nomination may be moot. It's moot. I'm not really sure how much support's going to be emerging after today. He noted that he's met with Kennedy twice already. I think we can all agree that was a difficult performance. I'm not sure he'll even make it out of the committee. Senator Michael Bennet, one of the Democrats who grilled Kennedy at his hearing yesterday, asked him pointedly about his comments on the podcast that exposure to pesticides could be causing more children to identify as transgender. Kennedy acknowledged under Bennett's cross-examination that he probably did say that Lyme disease was a military-engineered bioweapon. Then you had Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon that tried to pin him down on his past views and statements about vaccines, which got pretty combative back and forth. Wyden said, "You have a history of trying to take vaccines away from people." All right, so RFK's nomination will be voted on by the Senate Finance Committee. Before that happens, he will appear before the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. That'll be his second round of questioning, and that'll be taking place later today. Is it possible for him to redeem himself, as they say, after what was a pretty bad performance? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
For some, it's going to be a rainy day. For some, it's going to be a stormy day. As we roll on into a Thursday. According to AccuWeather, severe weather is expected to erupt west of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex here this morning. The drenching, gusty thunderstorms may roll through the city just in time for the morning commute. The showers and thunderstorms continue to charge eastward along the I-10 and 20 corridor through Thursday and Thursday night. From Houston to Little Rock to Shreveport, some of the cities at risk for severe thunderstorms, damaging wind, hail, heavy rain, the most widespread hazards across eastern Texas and the lower Mississippi Valley. There may be a higher risk for an isolated tornado or two here for Thursday. Going to be a little more spin in the atmosphere compared to what we saw there Wednesday. Rain and thunderstorms move through the southeast Friday and Friday night. Downpours and locally gusty winds at the very least. And it looks like a more widespread risk of damaging winds possible from the Carolinas to the Florida Panhandle. Drenching rain sparks a flood threat within and to the north of the area at risk for severe weather. Northeastern Texas, southeastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, western Tennessee between now and Thursday night. While most areas from central Texas to Kentucky projected to pick up 1 to 2 inches of rain, there could be some 2 to 4 inch totals along that corridor in spots from Dallas to west of Nashville. All right, so traveling out there, moving the freight across the region, be mindful of the heavy rain threat, be on alert for reduced visibility, ponding of water, the heightened risk of hydroplaning. Means you're going to have to slow down the freight movement just a bit through the upcoming day. Been trying to kind of follow the updates. I said the helicopter involved in Wednesday night crash is the same type of aircraft that crashed in Maryland in 2017, killing 1, injuring 2. April of 2017, a UH-60 Blackhawk crashed onto a golf course in Leonardtown, about 60 miles southeast of D.C. The helicopters in both instances were based out of Fort Belvoir and were on training flights. So there's, I don't know, who was that sent me, I think it was Seth. Yeah, you're seeing a lot of stuff being posted, a lot of conspiracy theories. The call sign was PAT-25, P-A-T-25. That was the helicopter call sign. They said that stands for Priority Air Transport, PAT, Priority Air Transport. Now, it's on Twitter. Take it with a grain of salt. PAT-25, they say, usually transports like Secretary of Defense. I don't know. But I do see it is correct. The call sign was PAT-25. And, of course, it was United Airlines 5342, or American UIA 5342. For military craft, we all know that when it comes to, like, the President, Air Force One, Vice Air Force 2 and whatnot. I don't know of anything about military call signs for military aircraft. But that's all the stuff that we'll be learning. Who was aboard, right? On a brighter note, let's kind of say President Trump's making plans to mark the 250th anniversary of American independence with an extraordinary celebration and a new national monument. Trump's expected to sign an executive order this past day, putting together a task force to coordinate and plan the event. According to the Associated Press, the United States will celebrate its 250th anniversary, also known as the semi-quincentennial, July 4 of 2026. Now, back in 2020, the speech celebrating Independence Day at Mount Rushmore in South Dakota, Trump first announced his plans to create what he said would be a new monument to the giants of our past? Trump himself curated the list of who was to be included in that, including the likes of Davy Crockett, Billy Graham, Whitney Houston, Harriet Tubman, and Antonin Scalia, and there's several others as well. No site was selected, and the garden was never funded by Congress. Joe Biden abolished that task force that Trump formed. Trump's announcement at a time of backlash to efforts to take down statues dedicated to Confederate leaders and slave owners in the wake of George Floyd's killing and the protest that followed that. So this past day's action is expected to reinstate an executive order that Trump signed in 2020 that was aimed at protecting monuments and memorials and statues from destruction and vandalism. All right. Trump had signed that order after police thwarted an attempt by protesters to pull down a statue of Andrew Jackson at the park right across from the White House, you recall. That earlier order had called on the Attorney General to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law any person or group responsible for destroying or damaging or vandalizing a monument, memorial, or statue. Called for the maximum prosecution of anyone who incited violence and illegal activity and threatened state and local law enforcement agencies with a loss of federal funding if they failed to protect monuments. So there you go, 250. Wow, next year. News break just around the corner here. It is 844-844-3388. Lest we forget, final hour come up at the lovely Dingbat for a Friday Eve edition for some interesting facts. Before we kick this off, wanted to wish your daughter, Beth, a happy birthday. Thank you. 37 years. All right, today's national days. It is National Croissant Day. Croissant. There you go, Jolly Green Giant, your favorite croissant. And it's NASA's Day of Remembrance. Yeah, so kind of a short list. What do we have this date in history? 1815, Thomas Jefferson sold 6,500 books of his personal collection to help rebuild the Library of Congress that was built in 1814 after being burned down in the War of 1812. 1873, this day, Jules Verne published Around the World in 80 Days. Yes, we recall. 1933, Paul von Hindenburg appoints Adolf Hitler as Chancellor of Germany and forms the Nazi Party. 1939, Adolf Hitler threatens the Jews during his speech to the German parliament. 1944, on this date, U.S. troops land on the Marshall Islands. 1948, Mahatma Gandhi was assassinated. All right, 1961, this date, I Fall to Pieces, was recorded by Patsy Cline. In 1965, the state funeral for Winston Churchill in London takes place. Some of the events on this date in history. Thank you much. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J Truck Stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he isn't anti-vaccine, but rather pro-safety. President Trump's pick to lead the Department of Health and Human Services is on Capitol Hill today for his first of 2 confirmation hearings. RFK Jr. on Title X within the department.
I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy. I agree with him that we cannot be a moral nation if we have 1.2 million abortions a year. I agree with him that the states should control abortion. President Trump has told me that he wants to end late-term abortions, that he wants to protect conscience exemptions, and that he wants to end federal funding for abortions here or abroad. That's Title X. I serve at the pleasure of the president.
State troopers are warning that a border shooting this week is likely just the start of more violence. Lieutenant Chris Alvarez says the Mexican cartels are pushing back against the administration's tough new border security measures.
It's to try to get them out of a certain area so they can smuggle people that don't want to be caught or smuggle drugs.
Alvarez says the cartels are desperate to maintain control of their smuggling routes.
And we've seen that throughout the years that the cartels use that type of tactic towards law enforcement or even towards our military.
The Mexican cartels are now identified as an international terrorist organization. A man accused of attempted murder of a police officer is on the run after escaping from a North Carolina jail. Authorities say John Matthew Nye escaped through the ventilation system of a Craven County jail earlier this week. His cellmates allegedly helped him escape and then covered for him by stuffing a mattress to make it appear he was asleep. Police say he should be considered armed and dangerous. Craven County is near the south end of the Outer Banks, North Carolina. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So you may ask, who are these people? These hundreds of thousands of people who've decided to do something different with how they pay for health care, and they join MediShare. It's a good question. MediShare members are people who realize they have a choice. They're not stuck with a status quo that they don't like. And we know this from research of MediShare members. They tend to have certain values in common, like their faith. They love that they're actually sharing with one another. They don't have to be part of a system that forces them to pay for things they don't support. They also value joining with other people who prioritize healthier lifestyles and encourage each other. They value customer service that's for them and their families. And they're entrepreneurs, people who work in the gig economy, pastors, school teachers, business people who do clearly value saving money. That's a big part of this, up to $500 a month with MediShare. You too can do something different. You can start saving now. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE 40.
Hamas is planning to release 3 Israeli hostages tomorrow. This is a part of Phase 1 of the ceasefire and hostage deal, with 2 rounds of releases already taking place. 5 Thai nationals will also be freed as part of the exchange. On Monday, Israeli government spokesperson David Mencer said 8 of the remaining Israeli hostages that are set to be released are dead. Israel is releasing around 2,000 Palestinian protesters as part of Phase 1. Some Lay's potato chips are being recalled. The Food and Drug Administration bumped the recall of certain bags of Lay's potato chips in Oregon and Washington state to Class 1 status. The update means the agency found they could cause death. Frito-Lay recalled a limited number of 13-ounce Lay's classic potato chips in December due to milk not being on the label but being in the chips. Buckingham Palace is confirming Princess Beatrice has given birth to her second child. Athena was born several weeks premature, but the royal family said she is healthy and doing well. The new baby is the grandchild of Prince Andrew, the Duke of York. She's 11th in line for the throne. A Philadelphia Eagles fan is dead after falling from a light pole while celebrating the team's NFC Championship victory on Sunday. 18-year-old Temple University student Tyler Sabapathy fell, hitting his head on the concrete sidewalk. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we get our final hour underway, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. So Sylvester was asking about the plane involved. What type of plane is it? The Bombardier CRJ 700, a regional jet known as an aviation workhorse. It can accommodate up to 70 passengers. Now, Cirium, a company that provides aviation data, estimates there are 260 aircraft of this type in service. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, the plane that crashed on January 29 of 2010 was registered N530EA, manufactured in 2010. For this particular flight, American Airlines said there were 60 passengers on board, 4 crew members. It was registered with American Airlines but operated by PSA Airlines, a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. Bombardier sold its CRJ 700 program to Mitsubishi Heavy Industries subsidiary in 2019. The production of new aircraft ended in the year 2020. Of course, then you have the UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, one of America's most iconic and ubiquitous military helicopters that performs multiple roles: air assaults, general support, medevacs, command and controls, special operations support. According to the Aviation Safety Network, a database of aviation accidents, the aircraft involved in the crash January 29 was flying under the call sign PAT 25. 3 passengers. Now, since the production began in the 1970s, more than 5,000 Black Hawk aircraft have been produced. So the confirmation, the call sign, PAT 25. And what is PAT? Personal Air Priority Air Transport. Priority is the word. Meanwhile, Reuters, the last few hours, scores are feared dead after that collision and crashing into the frigid Potomac River near Reagan National Airport. We carried the press conference live several hours ago. Officials did not give a death toll from Wednesday night's collision. But some of those who were speaking, U.S. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas, where the flight actually originated, kind of suggested most, if not all, on board had been killed. His quote was, "It's really hard when you lose probably over 60 Kansans simultaneously. When one person dies, it's a tragedy, but when many, many people die, it's an unbearable sorrow, a heartbreak beyond measure." Jack Potter, the president and CEO of Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, stated at the time, again, this is 1 a.m., that first responders were in, quote, rescue mode. So we know American confirmed 60 passengers, 4 crew. Helicopter, which was on a training flight, carrying 3 soldiers. CBS News, citing a police official, said at least 18 bodies had been recovered. There's 2 sources that spoke to Reuters saying multiple bodies had been pulled from the water. So it all occurred. Passenger jet traveling from Wichita in Kansas on approach to land at Reagan. Radio communications between the air traffic control tower and the Black Hawk showed the helicopter crew knew the plane was in the vicinity. The Pentagon said they are launching an investigation. We had shared earlier where President Trump questioned the actions of the helicopter crew and air traffic controllers when he posted the helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. The lights on the plane were blazing. Why did the helicopter not go up, down, turn? Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of just asking if they saw the plane? Bad situation. Looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. Air traffic control recordings appear to capture the final attempted communications with the helicopter. Call sign PAT 25 before it collides with the plane described as CRJ. PAT 25, do you have a CRJ in sight? PAT 25, pass behind the CRJ. That was coming from the air traffic controller, 8:47 p.m. Seconds later, another aircraft calls in to air traffic control saying, "Tower, did you see that?" Apparently referencing the crash. An air traffic controller then redirects planes that were headed to runway 33, go around. Of course, the video that was caught on camera, the webcam showing the impact, the fiery explosion that lights up the sky. So that's where things stand this early morning. It'll probably be, typically, East Coast, they like to wait till, say like 6, 7 a.m. when most of the world is up getting their morning news to hold their next press conference. After the 1 a.m., they did not give a time frame as to when the next conference might be held. Like I said, I would speculate, I'd say probably like 7 a.m. Eastern time. All right, we kick off that final hour. Eagle is back on board. What's on your mind, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, I want to talk about something, Steve, about I'll wait till you're not on the radio. What's the day today? Friday. Okay. What's the day today? Is Thursday. Okay,
Thursday,
you won't be on the radio. Okay,
we're back tonight.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're back live tonight. So we'll be here Thursday night, Friday morning. We got a show come your way. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, damn, I don't get mixed up. Today is Wednesday.
Thursday.
Okay, tomorrow.
It's Thursday.
Today is Thursday.
Yeah.
You'll be on the night then. Okay, my fault. I thought it was Friday. Okay, yeah, well, yeah, I'll wait till, it's going to be very interesting, Steve. I'm just going to say one quick thing about this plane, and then I want to talk about something with the immigration. When the sun comes up this morning and we get the live pictures of this accident, this plane, I want to see what it looks like when daylight comes and what happens. They claim they're going to open the airport back up at 11 o'clock, so we'll see what happens. A lot of people are trying to, one quick thing, Steve, a lot of people are already, I don't know if you checked that, a lot of people trying to blame Donald Trump for this. They saying that,
Really?
over a week or so ago, that he laid all those people off or fired them at the airport patrol, and this has nothing to do with Donald Trump. But when you're a loser Democrat, they look for any reason to get any kind of a complaint against Donald Trump. Trump doesn't have a damn thing to do with what happened with this airplane, but that's what these people do. Look for things to capitalize on. Now, I want to talk about the situation, Steve. There's a lot of other people. There's a lot of people right now, Steve, immigrants. If you look on the internet, there's a lot of immigrants that are mad at Donald Trump right now. Because he deported them out of the country. Well, I heard another guy say this, and I say the same thing, Steve. The guy that they need to be mad at is Joe Biden. Because see, what Joe Biden did, Steve, and it's obvious now, he used these people. That's why they allowed the border to be open. Joe Biden thought that by allowing this border to be open, that these individuals was going to vote for him, and it was going to be the deal that got him over the top, because he knew no American in their right mind would be dumb enough to vote for him for president. You have to be a very stupid individual to vote for Biden or Kamala Harris in 24. So he knew he had to have an outside source. So he went south of the border, and that's why he opened it up. That's why month after month, year after year, he never shut it down, because he was hoping and praying that these individuals would be enough to get him or Kamala back in the White House to continue ruining America. But it didn't happen that way. So now all these people are mad because they got to go back home, when Joe Biden is the guy that they need to be mad. Because see, where is Joe Biden at now, Steve? All these immigrants that they say they love Joe Biden so much, they had Joe Biden T-shirts on, Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that, and now Joe Biden is nowhere to be found. Where is Joe Biden that coming to your rescue to keep Trump from kicking you out of the country? Joe Biden didn't give a damn about you then, and he don't care about you now. Joe Biden is the reason why you're headed back south of the border, because Joe Biden made you a bunch of empty promises. He basically used those people, Steve, as an election deal to try to win the vote in 24. And a lot of those people turned their back on Biden because even they were smart enough to. It's bad enough even an immigrant was smart enough to know that they shouldn't vote for Donald Trump. For Joe Biden. So it all backfired on them in the long run, Steve. So any immigrant that's upset, or anybody who knows an immigrant, the person you need to be upset with is Joe Biden, because Joe Biden he's like a typical Democrat. They've done it to blacks for years now, Steve. They use blacks for their vote, and then after they get their vote, they put you right back where you come from, back in the ghetto and the slums of America, and until it comes time for another vote, and then they rely on you to vote for them, and then you get them back in office, and they make a bunch of empty promises again. But it didn't work this time with the blacks or Hispanics, Steve. Even everybody got sick of it. 4 years of Biden, and they voted for Trump because they knew that Trump was the best thing to get in the White House and to make America great again. And the Democrats will probably never be heard from again, Steve, as far as the White House goes, because there's nobody out there that's even worth voting for in 28, and that includes Michelle Obama if she decides to get in the deal. Democrats have nobody that they can put their hat in for 28. So it's basically a wrap for the Democratic Party. They might as well go ahead on and join the team and get on the Trump bandwagon and try to make America great again, because their game is over. As they like to say in the video game industry, Steve, game over. And I thank you for taking my call.
Game over. All right, thank you. Eagle, have a good morning. Well, according to Breitbart's report, the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, they say did a fine job at his press conference yesterday, staying out of the way of politics, despite being peppered with questions from reporters practically begging him to weigh in against President Trump's policies. The financial press has been pushing the narrative that Trump and Powell are headed for a clash ever since Election Day. The trouble with this idea is that there's so little evidence to support it. Trump and Powell are largely in agreement about monetary policy, arguing that the Fed is likely to have room to lower interest rates so long as inflation declines toward the Fed's 2% target. Now, when Trump spoke about monetary policy to the attendees of the World Economic Forum, he said that if his energy policy succeeds in lowering inflationary pressures, he would demand the Fed reduce interest rates immediately. The financial press largely ignored the first part of that statement, the part about abundant energy lowering inflation, insisting that Trump demanded an immediate rate cut, trying to push around the Fed. At the press conference Wednesday, the Fed chair was asked several questions that were designed to provoke criticism of Trump. Time and again, however, Powell refused to take the bait. He refused to criticize Trump's deportation efforts. He said the Fed would have to wait and see what tariff policy is adopted and what effect it might have on the economy. There are so many variables, we're just going to have to wait and see, he said. Now, would Powell resist the Trump administration's DEI policies? Nope. We are working to align our policies with the executive orders as appropriate and consistent with applicable law, was his response. This craving for a Trump-Powell fight was so strong that Bloomberg's live blog reported a non-event. Trump had not posted anything to social media about Powell's press conference. There was one of the reporters for Bloomberg that sounded positively exasperated with Powell's refusal to follow the script. Powell probably bought himself a bit of time by saying it's still too early to assess the new policies, but that will wear thin with every passing month. The new administration is up and running, and the policy misses are flying. The Fed's not going to be able to ignore that, was the post again from Bloomberg, trying to see if we can't get him to pick a fight. 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Yeah, the senator from Kansas in the press conference earlier this morning actually alluded to the fact that he had lobbied to get this particular flight from Wichita to Reagan National Airport. Several folks like Philip, who was it, Sylvester, kind of alluding to the fact that these representatives, Congress members, senators, they love being able to fly into Reagan because you land, you get off the plane, you're right there in the heart of D.C. Other airports would mean more travel time. All right, so it's all about convenience for them. But several were correct. There are many who've been trying to get that particular airport shut down for years. The Wichita Eagle comes out and it kind of confirms American Airlines introduced this nonstop flight from Dwight D. Eisenhower National Airport in Wichita to Washington Reagan about 1 year ago. The inaugural flight was January of 2024. How ironic. So as I mentioned, that particular senator said he had taken that flight many times, he and his wife. Flying back and forth from Wichita to D.C. From CDL Life, police asking for help identifying a motorist involved in a deadly shooting caught on a nearby trucker's dash cam in Nashville earlier this month. The deadly shooting occurred about 2 o'clock in the morning, January 12, on Interstate 40, near Fessler's Lane in Nashville, Tennessee. According to News Channel 5, a minivan was seen following a silver sedan closely on I-40 before changing lanes right in front of the semi-truck that had the dash cam recording. Motorist in the minivan pulled right up alongside the sedan and began firing shots at the sedan driver. The minivan then speeds off. 26-year-old Uriel Miller was killed in that shooting. Police say the suspect is armed and dangerous. They're looking to identify them as soon as possible. The minivan is believed to be a 2015 Honda Odyssey. But they're urging anyone who may have information on the car, the shooter, the incident, to please contact Crime Stoppers. All right, Chris checks in here on a Thursday morning. What's going on, Chris?
This plane crash, Steve. I was watching that one airline pilot on YouTube that I follow sometimes, and he was explaining these runways at Reagan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you, it's strange. They have a main runway that's long. I guess that's for the big airlines.
Mm-hmm.
And they're kind of A-shaped. So there's one off to the side, the short one, I guess the commuter flights use. They actually cross each other.
Yes.
But he says the approach and the autopilot, you go straight into the main runway, and then you kill the autopilot and sweep over to the right and head for this short runway. So, and the helicopter pilot was coming for the right, and if he wasn't familiar with that, maybe he saw these guys headed for the main runway, and then, well, they're going down. and all of a sudden they're heading towards him, right? That would screw you up, I think.
Yeah, I've seen the aerial photos of the runways that they do, cross one another. And that's why they were saying it's amazing how, one jet takes off and literally 30 seconds later, another may be coming in. I mean, that's very short time frame between one and the other, but...
Yeah, and
I guess the timing-wise, it's just that's rife for a potential incident to occur. But, hey, hold the thought there. As we are 29 past the hour, get a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump has signed the Lake and Riley Act into law.
Speaking from the White House on Wednesday, the president talked about the Georgia nursing student who was murdered just over a year ago by an illegal immigrant. Riley's mother, Allison Phillips, attended the signing ceremony and said she's grateful to the president.
We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken.
The law allows for the detention of illegal immigrants who are accused of theft and violent crimes. I'm Liz Kennedy.
The White House is reversing an order freezing federal grants.
President Trump ordered a pause on federal aid earlier this week, which led to confusion and a judge putting a temporary stay in place. The memo caused chaos at government agencies when it appeared to jeopardize programs funding schools, housing, and health care. That memo has now been rescinded. I'm Brian Shook.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF clean for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shide Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back at it here. What else? They're going to get back to Chris. Had to take care of the news break.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know it was that close. But, they said the commercial pilot was right on course, exactly where it was supposed to be. They told the helicopter to go behind him.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he didn't understand where the guy was going. He thought he was going for the other runway, and then all of a sudden, if he didn't understand the approaches to that airport, it might have confused him.
And it's, everything is kind of speculative right now, but some of the reports earlier, the fact that this particular chopper was not from the base that's right there on the other side of the river, but from the base up in Virginia, Belvoir, whatever it was, and it's a training mission. I'm sorry, pilot probably not familiar with the flight patterns and the traffic patterns there coming in and out of Reagan. And it's maybe a comedy of errors.
Yeah, pretty much. That sounds like what went on. And yeah, they say they're allowed to cross that path. They're allowed to cross the flight path. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of, just be careful, It's just strange. Yeah, I heard a few experts talking about what a mess it is. It's just so busy.
Well, there's going to be they'll be slicing and dicing, dissecting this for days and days, and we'll probably undoubtedly see some changes taking place there at Reagan Airport. Maybe not as many flights coming because it's just such crowded airspace.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's there's been a lot of, like a few people said, there's been so many close calls, and it seems like everybody's been lucky as hell, really.
Yeah.
This guy's got a wreck every week. It just never any of the big commercial things on his website. He reporting on a different incursion and this and that.
Near misses, runway mishaps, things. There's a lot of near misses in the Aviation Administration constantly investigating. How did this happen? How did that happen? Any of those events could end up tragically. With time, it's inevitable. Human error will come into play somewhere down the line. Same on the interstates, same in the skies above. But all right, thanks for checking in this morning there, Chris. The opening of a new Love's truck stop in Ohio being pushed back due to construction delays. This is the truck stop at the Belmont Morristown exit off Interstate 70. on Route 149 in Belmont County, originally planned for the first of this year, now been pushed back to later this year. Issues described only as construction delays. According to WTRF, an official, updated opening date has not been provided by Love's. However, a representative says the company's excited to join the community. Once finished, the new location will feature a tire store, a Godfather's Pizza, a Hardee's, and even amenities geared toward tourists rather than truck drivers. Amenities planned like a dog park. They're going to have camping spots for travelers that are traveling with campers. It's going to be quite a facility, a little bit of a unique facility when you think about truck stops. It's not just going to be for semis, but just a great addition and great investment in Belmont County, according to the Port Authority of Belmont. So this new truck stop will give tourists an opportunity to get off the interstate, get some gas, and maybe they'll check out some of the other things we have in the area, like the Bark Camp State Camp right down the road, or the Underground Railroad Museum, the opposite direction. So we'll pass it along when we get further updates on when that might be completed. Okay, a lot of people kind of hungry for guidance, according to FreightWaves, on how to navigate the supply chain. If 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada come into effect Saturday, that'll be February 1. Judging by a recent webinar by global supply chain provider Kahn and Nagel. That webinar drew about 1,500 people, about 3 times more than other webcast discussions that this particular company's held. Greg Thompson says, I was blown away and very encouraged by the turnout. Just shows people are desperate for information. As we know, President Trump has threatened to impose the tariffs as part of an initiative to get Mexico and Canada to do more on migrant and drug smuggling issues. While Thompson believes the threats could be a bargaining tactic, he did say if they are implemented on Saturday, shippers are going to need to immediately take stock of what goods they have in the supply chain, what's already out on the water, what purchase orders have already been booked. What are things that we can't really change or shift, and what temporary options do we have to buy us maybe a little time? Can we move something in bond? That's where it hasn't technically been imported yet, but it gets in and we set it off at a bonded warehouse, so we kind of keep it at bay for a little bit. What's that cost? Can we defer or hold off importing this particular product? Do we have the ability to move it in a foreign trade zone? Those are things we're all looking at. Now, we know in 2018, during Trump's first presidency, he imposed a 10% tariff on $200 billion worth of imports from China. Those tariffs acted as a sort of stimulus to the freight industry, boosted trucking rates, tightened capacity. According to a FreightWaves report from back in 2019, he said that some transportation providers may raise their rates if tariffs are imposed Saturday. As we've seen in the past, many companies have taken advantage of this and used it as an opportunity to charge premiums or surge pricing or different elements like that. Now, I'd be naive to think some companies won't try to do that again. I think each company is going to try to weigh what value they can bring to their customers, though, what they can do to try and maintain that business. We've also seen in the past some companies think it's great to try to grab a little bit of money in the short term, but a lot of times you burn those relationships when you try to do that. As of Monday this week, the Sonar National Truckload Index line haul only showed the nationwide dry van spot rate was at $1.85 per mile. down 2% week over week and 4.6% year over year. This particular measure is the average spot rate for dry van loads moving more than 250 miles, excluding the total estimated cost of fuel. That had been trending higher over the past year, but it's been moving downward since January 11. Trump's tariff policies could also shift more supply chains and manufacturing operations back to the United States. But that takes some time, he says. I don't know if it's going to be to the degree that's being hoped for, or if it's going to be the kind of high-end manufacturing jobs that people want to associate it to. People are hoping. But I just don't know that I've ever seen that era coming back when it comes to U.S. manufacturing. Meanwhile, Senior Director of Supply Chain Strategy at Coupa Software said while business and supply chain leaders cannot control trade policies, they can control how they respond to potential tariffs. It is 844-844-3388. Well, there he is on that final hour. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. I'm already at the yard and back again, so we're going to get off about the same time. I want to correct a story I reported earlier there. And me and Brad Cousins on the other side of the pond has given the world another bloke. It wasn't a bloke, it was a little lassie. So, little girl instead of a boy there. Well, y'all buy some Y'all buy some Seville products, some Hot Shot Secret products. Buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products. Because we got to roll on, Big Mama. The highway is our home. And Eagle Steve works 5 days a week, unless it's a holiday or a personal day. He needs a paycheck on Friday, or they will have to come lock him up just to protect him from Mama Sommers. She demands that shopping money. And as usual, Steve Sommers, it's been a pleasure to converse with you this morning, and I want to give a big simplified shout-out to Truck and Field. Have a great, blessed day, Mr. Steve Sommers. We'll talk at you in the morning, buddy.
All right. Yeah, speaking of Truck and Phil, I neglected to share his little heads up. Happy Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. We're heating up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We're at 29, warming to 46 for Fort Wayne, 21, headed to 41 in Newaygo, Michigan today. Let's get it started. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back again. Have a great day, everybody. Almost Friday. Roll on, Knucklebuster, Truck and Phil. There you go. Semper Fi. Yeah, shout out from our friends. Okay, anything else? What else? All right. Get a quick time out, get back to the calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
A little bit of an update. Yeah, maybe just a tad bit of newer information from the NBC Channel 4 affiliate out of Washington, D.C. in relation to the collision last evening near Reagan International Airport. Yeah, they say less than 30 seconds before the crash, an air traffic controller asked the helicopter if it has the arriving plane in sight. Pat 25, do you have CRJ in sight? Referencing the passenger aircraft. The controller makes another radio call to Pat 25 moments later, stating, Pat 25, pass behind the CRJ. The two aircraft collided seconds later. Of course, everybody's seen the Earth Cam video showing the moment of collision, the big flash in the sky. Now, this is kind of new. The audio from flight tracking sites does not record any response from the helicopter, if any, to the warnings from air traffic control. The plane's radio transponder stopped transmitting about 2,400 feet short of the runway, roughly right over the middle of the river. It was that close. Now, we know the airliner from Wichita had about 60 people on board. 3 were aboard the helicopter. At this hour, more than a dozen bodies have been recovered. Now, they still are saying at least 4 people had been recovered, rushed to hospitals. Water temperature was 35 at the time of the crash. At a temperature like that, the human body has 15 to 20 minutes before they would suffer hypothermia. We did, here a few hours ago, get word from the U.S. figure skating confirming several of their members were on the flight. The National Development Camp and the U.S. Figure Skating Championships were held in Wichita just a few days ago. They held the official press conference about 1 a.m. Eastern, did not announce any deaths, but they all held a very somber tone. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser would not say whether any bodies had been recovered at that point. She simply said, I can't say anything about the rescue operation right now. Ask if there are any survivors. D.C. Fire and EMS chief responded We don't know yet, but we're working. Medical examiner's office preparing for the largest recovery of bodies they've handled in decades, according to News 4. I had the official statement from the FAA. President Trump briefed on the accident, going on to thank first responders for their incredible work. May God bless their souls, he said. Okay, what a terrible night. God bless you all. Okay, see what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus.
Thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. I had to take a nap there at my 4 o'clock loading facility. For some reason, when I stop, I can't keep my eyes open for something like that. Of course, I just know how much further I have to go today, so it's kind of nice to close my eyes for a few minutes and get a little cat nap in there. But anyway, yeah, so I did notice on my way back up to Baltimore from down southern Maryland there that flags were out pretty well straight, so breeze was probably blowing pretty hard and stiff there, especially out on the open water there. Anyway, I had something I was going to tell you. I was thinking about through the thing there. I don't know. I guess I just called back just to say hi and happy Friday Eve, I guess, at this point. And yeah, it is working a scene like that. There's not too much harder than what they're going to be doing for what goes on there for their recovery efforts here at some point later in the day.
I mean, I see. So, I don't know if the numbers have dwindled a little bit. It looks like there's not quite as many fire apparatus that there was there several hours ago, but. I mean, for the most part, all those fire engines and whatnot, there's nothing any of them can really do. This all comes down to the water rescue people, doesn't it?
It does, and the manpower, and I mean those guys in that water temperature themselves, the divers and that are in the water, the fatigue issue that sets in with them is so much quicker with the colder water, even with the wetsuits and everything. I mean, and working in the dark. I mean, you wouldn't think that how much extra it puts on you, but with the adrenaline working and everything, you get the fatigue factor a lot faster. So I imagine they're probably working on trying to have as many different crews come in from at this point all around the state to try to come in and relieve everybody. But as far as the heavy apparatus goes, because as they said, once the plane contacted the water, there wasn't any more issue of fire, and at that point, that small plane flying all the way from Wichita probably didn't have a very big fuel load left on it at the point of impact. So that would have been the helicopter, and I did hear you say it was out of Fort Belvoir.
Yes.
So that's down off the Capitol Beltway. Where it crosses US 1 south of the airport there. Fort Belvoir's down there, and so it's just before 95 breaks off to go south, but it's right there in the Capitol Beltway area, right there in Alexandria, and so they were a local helicopter out there. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I didn't know. Probably would the pilot have been possibly wearing night vision gear? I mean, flying at the Black Hawk and that, don't they have special headgear they wear at nighttime for, so I don't know, you're talking about, all the different lights, number 1 from the city and number 2 from the airport and number 3, whatever's in the cockpit of the helicopter and that. And, hey, I'm a truck driver. I'm not a helicopter pilot, but, well, kind of what I saw about that, a lot of times with night vision, lights affect night vision some. So I mean, possibly was his vision compromised? As I say, that's speculation, and we're not supposed to speculate until we get the facts and know only the facts. So I kind of went on there, but anyways, it was just a question. But maybe somebody that's in the know a little bit more, kind of like Heat Wave there, because. I mean, he's got the Air Force experience, and he turned wrenches on all those whirlybirds. And
and the way
much knows the ins and outs
the
of
way
them.
Pappy had described, because I've never been up in a helicopter. I mean, not even one of those fun little, go up and down the beach at Myrtle Beach. I've never been up in a helicopter. But he kind of explained that especially at night, things can, I guess it can really get confusing, especially when you get around a lot of city lights. Obviously, more will be unfolding throughout the day, and we'll share what we learn when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern, to roll into a Friday for our next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.